50 people watching. I think that means that we can make the likes number go up a lot. So go make the likes number go up a lot. There was a new patch this morning. Apparently, this is just like slipped in here. This is not a minor fix. I just would like to clarify this. If that's true, that is not a minor fix. That is like on level with doors can be knocked down when they're locked levels of, you might want to train your soldiers above ground, is all I'm going to say. If you want them to not immediately start projectile vomiting when they walk outside, you might want to train your soldiers above ground. So if you're on the beta branch, they also banned Hotline Miami 2 on death. Was cave adaptation not working? Cave adaptation hasn't worked since version 50 launched. That was your favorite bug? So for those of you who don't know, if dwarves spend more than like 6 months underground, they vomit when they see the sun. It's like, you know, can cave adaptation be weaponized? Against you, yeah. Sky sickness is back, yes. Basically, it makes your soldiers extraordinarily ineffective. I have no idea. I've never stayed underground long enough to experience that in adventure mode. And that, kids, is why I will be making skylights in all your new forts. Yep. A different method is having patrol routes which lead outside. Sure. Or having, like, covered roof areas that your dwarves frequent. Was that exorcist parody? It was so... yep, okay. No, pretty much. All right, so this is our fortress. Dragonspike! Let's play some Dragonspike. Goddamn, maybe I have cave adaptation. YouTube chatter. Definitely. Version 47 didn't come out until 2017. So you were playing version 34 or 40 something. 41? So this fortress has some fun pets who I had to do some real shenanigans to recatch because we built a fort around them. But simply put, I have 2 dragons in cages, and they are both right here. Dragon and dragon. They are a mom and a daughter, and I was thinking about it over the weekend. I figured out a way that I could make sure that when I reclaim this fortress from adventurers, I will still have them in here. If I go here, I will type in Urist. This is our adventurer. Urist Landwalk, the violent decency of groups. And in here, you can see that we've killed an Etten and not a Minotaur, because I guess my horse... well, no, I did kill the Minotaur. Okay, sweet. I was going to say, I don't think the horse stole that, as well as some dingo people. And of course, Asimor Chop Blots the Goblin. No, so the 40 era is DF 2014. So the 40 era started in 2014, but version 47, like, it was 44.12 until what? Late 2017, 2018 or something? That is the entire point of adventure mode. It's not adventure mod, it's adventure mode. Yeah. No, the entire point of adventure mode is you play a fort for a bit, you retire the fort, you make an adventurer, you go do some errands for your fort, you walk the adventurer back to your fort, you retire the adventurer in your fort, and then you go back and continue playing the fort. Like, that is the entire point of adventure mode, is that you can swap back and forth. So the named dwarves in this fort currently are... well, one of them is a human, a devilish potato, MMO junkie, olives, prismatic flux, sentient potato, and that's everybody. If your name wasn't listed here and you were here previously, you probably died to a dragon. Apologies in advance. A number of you definitely died to dragons. So since we have that, if you would like to, you know, grab a name, you can do that by disabling the overlay. Asking somebody with a tier 2 subscription or asking the streamer to check if the redeem is up. It is up. Okay, Rolf got a dwarf. What kind of dwarf would you like? Or actually, rather, Rolf, which dwarf would you like? That's literally all of them, so select one. Yes, your dwarf got evaporated. Mm-hmm. You want to die to a dragon? Well, we do have several dragons. My dad finally set up his. So I gave my dad his birthday gift yesterday. 'Cause the 420 is my dad's birthday. Chat, does Raging Cave get a dwarf? Vote yay or vote nay. Vote yes or vote no. Does Raging Cave have the right to give himself a dwarf? Yes or no? Feb over here is going to become Wolf. He is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, is curious and eager to learn, and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and does not often feel lustful. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He could be considered rude and lives a fast-paced life. Drums his fingers when he's thinking, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at bad weather. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion. Finds introspection to be a waste of time and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship and dreams of mastering a skill. I mean, I was originally planning to be online yesterday. So you want to be a dragon trainer, hey? Is that what this is? Well, I need somebody to train the dragon. So I'm going to say, which one of these people would you like to be your character, Raging Cave? Actually, chat room, which one of the people on this list looks like the best dragon trainer candidate to you that isn't already named? We have Rotom, Ibon, Za, Cybrek, or Aiton. I'm not gonna lie, an Ibon sounds delicious. Also, before you ask, chat, yes, this is a volcano. And yes, we settled here because we knew a dragon lived here. And the cave, well, I'll explain this in a second. So I think it's Za is what you're getting, Za. We're gonna go with Raging Cave is a 52-year-old dude who has a wife and a lover. Yeah, wife and a lover. Several close friends in the fort. And he's a member of the Symmetric Realms, which means he's most of Twitch chat's fortresses. And can be very single-minded and has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, mostly asymmetry, and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He often feels lustful, especially for symmetry, and he tends to think before acting, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He has an active imagination, mostly about symmetry, and he is very humble, but doesn't often buy the bundle. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, likes to take it easy, is curious and eager to learn, occasionally overindulges, and is troubled by this since he values self-control. He isn't particularly ambitious, doesn't handle stress well, and he tends to reveal personal information. Could be considered rude and scratches his nose when he's trying to remember something and tenses up when he's nervous. He dreams of making a great discovery and personally values good craftsmanship and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and doesn't care about friendship. And likes chromite, electrum, and red barrel, breastplates, and buckets, and donkeys for their stubbornness. And is also a former member of the Society of Glittering. Yes, you like craft herpes. And you're delighted after watching a performance. So, for those of you who missed it, this is a Volcano embark, which we discovered while we were playing around in adventure mode because it had a cave on it, right? And the cave in this location, hold on, just let me hide tutorials. The cave in this location, right here, By the way, our group is called the Strong Balls. Don't ask. The cave that's right there is on our embark site, right? It's this thing. Right down... Where is it? Right here. This thing. This is the cave. This is Rage Cavern. Is the name of this. Rage Cavern. I didn't name it. The dwarves did. But it was such a good name that this is now, like, mandatory that we had to settle here. And now we have Raging Cave in the fort. So it's, like, perfect. Raging Cave of Rage Cavern. Make that the bedroom for Raging Cave? I don't know about that. But I do need to figure out how to use these dragons appropriately. What's up, Pulo? Well, thank you. I will do my damnedest to have a great stream today. Can you redeem a dwarf? Well, soon. You gotta distribute them out slowly. So let's unpause the game and figure out where we are. We need beds really badly. We have tons of these. We have this, and then this was going to become kitchens, but then I retired the fort to, you know, bring our adventurer in. And then upon reclaiming, we did kind of lose some dwarves because we had to recatch the dragons. So apparently, dragons get released, or animals that aren't trained get released from cages when you reclaim forts, which is, you know, fine, aside from the part that I had to break into where the dragons were and recatch them, which is, or was, fine, aside from the casualties, but it's okay. We don't talk about them anymore. They're long dead. The good news is we have the dragons recaught, and they are safely in our cages again, and we need to figure out where to put them and what to do with them. I kind of want to use them as defense, but at the same time, that seems a little bit less than optimal. I don't know. I don't really want them to die randomly, so I kind of have to be careful. But the point of this fortress is I am building a series of... Well, not series. I'm building a fortress that I will use in tandem with adventurers. So this is a fortress that I want to be totally fine with just randomly retiring and then leaving for a bit and then coming back. That's the point of this fort. So I need to build these dragons in a way so that when I retire, they will automatically get cage trapped when I come back. Stuff like that. For an adventure, that is something I want to test. I think so, because if something is trained when you find them in adventure mode, you should be able to claim them as a mount. Did the deadbeat dad survive? I mean, which one was the deadbeat dad? The one with all the kids? Yes, Nil is in fact still alive and does still have poor empathy and is currently just hanging out in the taverns. Who really needs to pray to you, Gath larva plagues, and says, I was separated from Melbell Green Fountains. Well, Melbell Green Fountains is far too busy, celebrating 420, clearly. Who the hell is Melbell Green Fountains? Do you even know a Melbell? Well, so here's the thing, right? Your game is going to run as well as your computer allows it to. So if your fortress is huge and it's running really badly, build smaller fortresses. But generally, my forts run at, the forts that I have that are usually around 200 to 500 population, generally run at about 15 to 20 frames a sec. So if you're wondering why there's a bunch of dead ducks here, there is a culprit also on this screen. This chinchilla killed all of my ducklings. I don't know why, but we were just hanging out here, and then randomly I started seeing combat logs, and it was a chinchilla fighting with ducklings. A couple seconds later, we realized that I had a bunch of dead ducklings, and there was a dead chinchilla in the middle of it. So all of these need to be thrown into the volcano, because the mass murderer chinchilla came through, I suppose. Naturally, yes. Very much madness and also spark. Yeet. It wasn't the horse and you're shocked? Nope, it was a chinchilla. just killed all my ducks. Ducklings, even. The other thing I need to do is I need to find some wood. So let's check out here and see if there's actual wood there. So there is some wood that I chopped down. Is there wood over on this side? I think there is. Yes, there's cacti. So we're going to also hack down these. And Zombie Rid, thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Greatly appreciate it. You know, I mean, we've had one resub, one gifted sub, 69 pennies and bits, and now a Prime subscription. Thank you very much for adding, like, a whole third of my revenue back on. Appreciate you. But no, today we're mostly just kind of hoping that population is going to go up. Surreal One, thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription as well. Greatly appreciate it. And the reason we're kind of just waiting is because the very first migrant wave that we were supposed to get kind of got, well, the very first trading caravan we were supposed to get kind of turned into a ball of fire because they kind of tried to walk in the dragon door. Anyway, they're no longer with us, so unfortunately, none of them survived. The good news is, however, we now have more time to prepare.
Cheers to a new week of dwarfs.
Hell yeah. A new week of dwarves, a new week of forts. Should be fun. Hungvi, thank you very much for trucking out a gift. Greatly appreciated it. And as well as Surreal One with the Prime once again, thanks. And Dominoc, thanks for the resub for an 18th month. Hey, it's Hype Train. It's level 2. If you throw money at me right now, you'll get emotes you don't want, probably. Or emotes you already have, and then you get nothing, aside from the ability to say that you just resubbed to me, which is always good, right? We're just going to see what blocks we have. It's a lot of obsidian. You know, fuck it. We'll just make 250 obsidian blocks, and I'm going to make me a wooden minecart, I think. And we're going to make ourselves a block storage space. This is going to become kitchens and food storage. I think I'm going to hollow out this pillar here. Make kitchens and food storage with a hollow pillar in the middle. Actually, you know what would be really fun? Whoa. UGDPY, thanks for the 10-pack of gift subs. Cheers, man. Means a lot. I will give you a very good shrine as your memorial. Because I do need to do that. And also, where's Bastet? Bastet already has her slab engraved. So I will make a shrine for Bastet. And also one for what? It's Frank, who also died. And you might be wondering, Blind, why is there something in the cavern has collapsed? Apparently we made a memorial to the chinchilla. That's kind of funny. I had a funny sense of humor the other day. So, if you're wondering about this, well, it turns out that there's actually not one, but 3 volcanoes in the basement. One of which has decided that it wants to be everywhere else. So this used to be a ocean layer for the caverns, and it's very rapidly becoming not an ocean layer, but a lava layer. And I'm also looking at this layer up here and going, I think that we should seal this off before this one starts overflowing, yeah? Because that's probably going to happen next. So, you know, and also then run to the top of this and start sealing this one off before it starts doing the same thing. Fortunately, that won't be that hard. It's literally just going to be a line across here. So, you know, that's mildly terrifying. The fun of reclaiming volcanoes. It's great, isn't it? You really thought that one was a survivor? That's literally what I said out loud when I watched them get blasted with dragonfire. I was like, oh my god, well, shit. You try that save file and train one dragon and then train and let him out? Ah. So I'm assuming it went great. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for gifting a subscription to both Infinity, Simplex, and Telenartho. Lucas, thanks for the penny. Means a lot. And seriously, UGDPY, thanks for the 10-pack. Means a lot, man. Yeah, it's a hell of an embark. It's a hell of an embark. But we're going to be reclaiming and unclaiming this fort like maybe a dozen times, so the volcano's going to need to get taller. The idea, though, is I'm going to just build walls around each layer before I reclaim it every time. So one of our next projects is to get into the caverns again, sort of, or get to the edge of the caverns, drop in here for the cavern specifically, into this area, and I'm in fact going to probably burrow this whole area in. We are going to seal this side off, and this side off, and then use this as an external farming area. But first we need to get over there because we're not in the area. Also, reclaiming exposed all the cavern layers for me for some reason, which I don't really mind, but it does show that there is not, well, we got volcanoes to spare, guys. Like, we got volcanoes aplenty, even. So right now, only one of them is overflowing. I'll take the other 9 pennies. Means a lot. Works for me. And also, Bloodmire. Bryna. Is it Brinja? I don't know how to pronounce the J in there. Bloodmire, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription, as well as Lucas with the 9 pennies. It said 399. Oh, really? Are you about to hit 400? Jesus, that's a big number, dude. So, yeah, we also need to do this one. Now, the reason I'm a little worried about this is cavern creatures. Actually, look at this. You may notice that not only do we have giant cardinals on the map, we have crundles, we have jabberers, there are cave toads, cave crocodiles, and cave swallow people, and probably something else, as well as a hostile goblin for some reason. What?
This is Sparta!
Is it now?
These bits are brought to you my Tide Pods.
Ah.
Tide Pods, they look like gushers but taste way worse. Give them a try. What could go wrong? S.
What could go wrong? I don't know.
Might as well go for the hype train laughing face.
Might as well, yeah. So this guy's listed as hostile. That's literally it. Bryna is how it's pronounced. If I'm butchering it, please tell me. It's here for the spear? I mean, I doubt it. Speaking of, you better hang on to your... Hold on a second. Ah, there it is. So there's Umrodim right there. I need to put that on a pedestal. Like right now. Brynja. Yeah, I know. It's definitely not English. What's funny is I can actually get by pronouncing like Punjabi stuff more than I can a lot of European stuff because it's just more common around here. Especially when it comes to like any kind of Scandinavian regions. All right. Yay, I get an A- for effort. Cave Swallow Man Blowgunner is fighting with a Jabber. Oh, lovely. Well, the wars in the caverns begin, I suppose. So we're working on this rock pedestal. And very quickly, I need to make a vault for artifacts. So I've heard rumors and tell that if you're playing Fortress mode on this branch, things can just break through doors now. Is this true? Like, has anybody noticed siegers or anything breaking through doors? Or Forgotten Beasts, for that matter? Because I think maybe we have science that may need doing in regards to whether or not stuff breaks through. I am building a vault for artifacts. Because, you know, we're going to be running adventurers in here. We need gear. We need loot. Very much so. Locked doors was the question specifically. Wasn't building destroyers fixed a few versions ago? Nope. No, they were not. Not meant to be in a constant state of war? I mean, it's a recent thing. I would say. I would describe it as a recent thing. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do it this way. So this is kind of interesting. I retired and reclaimed this fort, and what? It's Frank is off map when I come back. What? It's Frank was like the one who left. Oh, that's interesting. Can I delete this squad now? Nope. Remove you. Then delete the squad. There we go. Yeah, no, I did in fact have a memorial for them, but I'm just realizing now that they were actually in fact here. They just left the map. Which I think is interesting. But I just really want to get this mining done. Stuff's still caving in. That's fine. Human Axeman has shared a few rumors from abroad. Gotcha. Right, well, I need a pedestal, which I'm just going to put right here for right now. We're also going to make a captain of the guard. I don't know why, but you bring a character, it doesn't let you have them in a squad. Okay, so have you ever, like, let a bard or somebody join your fortress? Zombie Rid? Because if you let, like, a bard or somebody join your fortress, they can't do any tasks because they're not a member of the faction. They're just a permanent guest. When you drop somebody off from an adventuring, they are not a resident. They are a permanent guest. So you need to keep the fortress running for a while in order for them to join as a permanent member of society instead of just a guest. Because by default, they are just simply a guest. And there we go. Now have that constructed. But something I am going to do once we get these dragons, put somewhere that is a little bit more convenient. I am going to retire this fortress again today. And we're going to make, I'm thinking like a squad of a dozen or so untrained like elephant men or bear men. One of the two. I think you can, because you know how you can like ask to join the militia? So if you talk to the militia commander of a squad, you can ask to join the militia, but you have to have pretty good rapport with them. Like, I'm not entirely certain what the in-game requirements are, but the dialogue option is there. And they're always like, you're not ready for such an honor or some other nonsense. So if that's the case, then you have to like do some finagling to make them like you enough so that they'll let you join. But I'm not entirely certain what the requirements are for that, gameplay-wise. So, Rum Rusher might be able to help with that. Ah, there we go. I was gonna say, it's just a matter of time before this starts caving in. Anyway, as you only found DF through me 7 days ago, how hard is it to capture dragons? To give you an idea, I didn't see a single dragon in... Oh boy. 10,000 hours of this game. So, you know. Oops. Trying to think, what's the easiest way to deal with this? I think I found a solution. Gonna dig a drainage trench down here. Ramp up a few right here. These are not gonna actually pop through this layer. They're just gonna be one up. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to build a construction directly above this, cave it in, and then just let it drain out this way. Which means caves are probably on fire now, yeah? Not just yet. Okay, well, we'll be fine. Like in adventure mode, you can have an item. In adventure mode, you can have an item, name the item, and then just give it to someone, and they will be willing to join your militia squad. And you can do this with an adventurer being the militia event commander and captain. Oh, that's interesting. The more you know. Okay. So we'll just have to wait for them to come dig this out eventually. Just so that I can get the surface, like, cleared a little bit, because this is a bit hot right now, to put it simply. So I made that minecart. Let's get some hauling jobs up and running. I kind of want to put the block stockpile in the manager's office. I don't know why, but that's just a funny visual to me. Probably be better to put it literally anywhere else, but... It's like, manager, you get to deal with all this foot traffic. Also, in regards to the eruption comment from Black Flag, I actually really like the fact that reclaimed fortresses on volcanoes erupt. I think it's a very fun challenge. It makes settling on volcanoes interesting, instead of just, oh, now everything's really easy. How are the dwarves behaving today? The volcano is very erupty, but good. Chat, are your dwarves behaving today? Can I get a full review on the current behavior level of your dwarves? Are the dwarves behaving themselves on this fine day? Moody volcano, yeah. It's the volcano's, pissy season, and it's currently trying to spray hot, molten magma all over us. It's because the volcanism is turned up in the world gen a little bit. A little odd, actually. 404 Dwarf not found. Person at work, is that what's up? 2 minutes and 44 seconds, Lanix. Problem that I'm running into right now is I don't have enough dwarves. But fortunately, it is late winter. So here's hoping we'll start getting, more dwarves showing up at some point soon. While this dwarf runs around and mines stuff slowly. Dwarf was fine. You did upgrade Leopardman's gauntlets from bronze to masterwork to iron. Okay. And when you swapped back to the dwarf, the Leopardman made them disappear. What? Are they in his inventory? Wait, when you say swap, do you mean like hit tab within the same party, or do you mean like reclaimed? They really like their divine metal scourge? I mean, I would too. I mean, it's the fancy metal. Why wouldn't you want the fancy metal? Like, if given the option between the fancy metal and the significantly less fancy metal, I would take the fancy metal. Reorganized their possessions and it disappeared from their inventory. Huh. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. If I'm going to be honest here, I really very much prefer playing as solo adventurers than adventuring parties. I find adventuring parties to be a wee bit on the tedious side. I'm more of I work alone kind of adventurer, I guess. Well, I think that one really pissed off kid sorted their life out, so that's good. Raging Cave apparently is sharing many tales from beyond Dragonspike. You do realize that the original install for Dwarf Fortress up until Steam version was 40 megs, Darius? And the Steam version is only like 300 because of the music. And the sprites. Apparently I need to read a Discord word story, so pardon me while I go have a seizure. While hitting stuff like it's hard to comprehend. Unequalized torture. Deeded, that's not a word, estates are delicious. Riotous, rummioid. Chat, you have to write sentences. We need to think harder, said the dog after fin soup. Go. Random the. All caught up. Somehow 3 people typing words at the exact same time concurrently is more sane sounding than other things. Also, it appears that Cooler has acquired things. A+. Speaking of mugs, chat room, if you purchased a mug from my merch store, please post picture of it on the internet. And if you haven't yet or are not aware, my merch store has a 20-ounce mug now. This mug is available in proper large mug size. For those of you who don't speak ounces like normal people, you just need to know that 20 ounces is 590 milliliters. 500 milliliter mug! Exclamation point merch. Why is there a giant camel in my fort? Interesting. I think it's a legitimate question. Asking why is there a giant camel in my fort? I'm pretty sure that is a very legitimate question. I am allowed to ask that. They heard about the mugs. They were like, mugs that's me size? Me size mug? Okay, hold on. Let's place those dragon cages there. Deconstruct that. What? Okay. Vile force of pint. If you mean like an actual pint glass, I'm not going to do that because they only would be made in the US and shipping to Europe would be like $80 and I don't want to do that. If you mean make the vile force of mug 20-ounce size, I could probably do that. Although I need to I might need to remake it. I might need to make like a 20-ounce edition because like I'm not entirely sure I can add sizes like that to the mugs after the fact. But I need to look into it. You've been looking for a mug that could hold the entire family's extra large coffee pot in one pour? I mean, I can tell you right now that my Hario V60 makes 500 milliliters of coffee. So between coffee and whatever your choice of cream equivalent is, I guess that would do it. Let's just pause some of these so that we have more hands to like get the actual constructions done. See where they're currently digging. All the way down here. Excellent. So this is where I need to start building, which is right there. This is safe, right? Totally safe. Very safe. This is safest construction I've ever made. I assure you. Okay. If that's the location. We'll just slowly start building obsidian floors. It's fine. Nothing could ever possibly go wrong. Do not mind the camels everywhere. The giant camels are just part of the decor. I also need more wooden cages, which is a bad thing because there's not a lot of wood on this world. I also need to go here and just make a wooden thing. Wood stockpile, yes. Time to order the Gretzky. I mean, wood stockpile, yes. Mm-hmm. It's exactly what happened at actual Woodstock, too. Why are there ducklings in my tavern? I need to re-pasture the ducklings again. Is anybody ready for duckling soup? Also, it's worth noting that my dragons aren't getting trained, so I need to give them some specific trainers. You know, actually, I think that Eurist, our adventurer, is going to be our dragon trainer because it is the most fitting. Good question. I don't know how I'm the capital. I was just the capital when I returned. Is the king traveling here? No. I don't know. I'm assuming it's because I reclaimed the fort. So cool. I mean, it's called Dragonspike. Naturally, it should be the capital. I mean, I would be proud to have something called Dragonspike as the capital of my faction. So we should inform the government of Canada that we need to rename, Ottawa right about now. It's better than, you know, the sound of a car crying. It's just an auto wah. All right, now we just need to wait for my dragons to be tame again. Found some badass geography and you're confused for the capital? Confused? Jeez. Home of some sudden, completely unexpected camels? Yes. 2 seconds, Jack. Sorry, I had to make sure that my tomatoes hadn't mysteriously dropped dead for no reason, and also grab another one of these caffeine sparkling ice beverages because this one is blue raspberry. The last one was tangerine passion fruit. I'm trialing all the flavors because if you buy them in 12 packs, they're only like $1.10 a can instead of like $1.90 a can. I'm gonna try and catch some giant camels. Hold on. All right, so I can confirm that the orange passion fruit taste, or tangerine passion fruit tastes a lot better. What's the new patch about? Dwarves vomit when they walk outside now. Not quite, but if they don't walk outside for a really long time and then they walk outside, they vomit now, which is a very old patch back. But what is the new patch about? Okay, so it's in the beta branch, and it is the beta for adventure mode. It fucks with your brain chemistry? Yeah, well, is what it is. I can't have sugar because my pancreas tries to murder me, so I'll take a little fucked with brain chemistry over murder body. Those are my options. I can either have a body that wants to kill itself constantly or aspartame. So I generally take aspartame if given the option. I still maintain that one of the best locations I ever saw in Dwarf Fortress was a name called Bulbasaur. And it was funny because Bulbasaur. Thank you, Dominic. No, not Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. Obviously, it's not the exact same series of words. Otherwise, it would land perfectly. It didn't work perfectly, but it was called Bulbasaur, as in like a sore, like an injury or an open gushing wound. Anyway, I found some hematites, so that's nice. Got somewhere to put that. We're also going to put a doorway there. Okay, well, I need obsidian doors, I think. Rock door. 10 work. And let's just do these. And that. Sounds terrifying, Ruby. Home of the treasury. Are you for real? All of it is random? The human bard Am is sharing tales from beyond Dragonspike. I'm wondering, chat, have you guys had any random visiting necromancers since, you know, this release made its way out into the beta branch? Any of you playing on the beta branch, specifically in Fort mode, have you had random visiting necromancers? It also doesn't give you a constant headache? Okay, how about we don't make this about my food choices and we talk about more pleasant subjects? I get it. Nobody likes aspartame. Neither do I. But I also have a body that literally dies if I eat any other opportunities. I'm sure many of you in chat are like that, but I'm allowed to try things. And if you don't like it, okay. Cool. I don't need to know all of your opinions of stuff that doesn't taste terrible to me. That's fine. This is what it is. It's not good. Okay. I don't really have an alternative. No, the thing is, like, aspartame doesn't taste that bad to me, but seeing people constantly talking about how terrible it tastes makes it taste bad to me. So you're like, awesome. You want to directly ruin something? Talk shit about it for the next 40 minutes. And then I'll just sit here and read it and be like, eventually I will start to agree with you. Because, yeah, it tastes like garbage. But, like, what? I mean, cool? Next discussion, please. The Waxy Jaws. That's a name. The Mouths of the Wax Museum. What are you? The Waxy Jaws. There's so many giant cockatiels. It's a bunch of human bards and a poet. Nah, I'm good. Did you hear what I just said, Creed? I guess not. Anyway, arms wide open. Doing all right, Blue Owl. Yourself? I mean, I think fluoride is disgusting. So I'm with you there. But I use it. Because I'm not a child. But I do think it's disgusting. So we had this one kid in the fort who was extremely upset. Who is no longer extremely upset. What the hell's going on? I'm pretty sure it was, yeah, it was this dwarf. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a bunch of dead stuff. Like, this dwarf was as, like, super duper duper angry face. Liked it when people got vaporized? I guess so. He's scared or something? I mean, no. No, he was angry before the duck massacre. Before all of my ducks died, he was super angry. That's weird. Yeah, I'm trying to catch them in cages, but there's too many jobs and not enough dwarves, so we're just kind of waiting currently. It's... Oh, hey, I got one. See? Got one. Once it's a stray, I will chuck it into the food bin. How Dwarfing goes? Well, giant camels. How Cooler goes? Apparently they fixed cave adaptation, which has me really happy. Whispered sweet nothings to the chinchilla. He's just like the asshole kid just training his pet chinchilla to be a murder hobo. He's just like, get him, my pretty. You are my work of art. Speaking of work of art, we are now getting giant camels into the butcher shop because of the ones that randomly wandered into my fort. I gotta say, these giant animal sprites, fantastic. Still waiting for Mobo. Gotcha. I mean, the new CPU looks good. I like the mug as well. You should tell whoever you got that mug from that it's a great mug and they should sell more. Does glass solve cave adaptation? 1 tile wide thick constructed ceilings solves cave adaptation. But the result is you just need the dwarves to walk outside once in a while and they'll probably be okay. It's not that strict of a thing, but it's something you just mostly need to be mindful of for your military, because if your military suddenly starts going outside after not going outside for most of their lives, it will be very disturbing for them and they will not enjoy it. A new water supply system for you by digging out a large cave and having a light aquifer that stalagmites from the ceiling and run off the bottom for the cave. Neat. I mean, hey, if it works. I'm thinking about this being where the dragons go. And I'm going to put a checkerboard pattern of engravings on the ground. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically make the entrance a collection of cage traps so that whenever I do have to, like, reclaim this fort, here's hoping that the dragons will just be in the cage traps, if nothing else. That is my hope. We'll just start decorating stuff with bone. What could possibly go wrong? Just realized I do have a trading depot, but it's not even close to here. All of this obsidian looks so cool. I really hate the way obsidian looks, man. In this version, it's too black. It doesn't have enough texture to it. It just looks like unfinished assets to me. I really wish I liked it, but I just kind of don't. I don't mind it as stairs, though. I think stairs for obsidian look pretty good. It's good for accenting? Yeah. Lord Samuel. Hello, yes, hello there, and yes, the first thing I do is using the reward system. I mean, what dwarf do you want? Those are all the options? Urist is not available, though. Urist is our adventurer. So, which dwarf would you like to be? Anything to be Frank? It's funny that Frank isn't in the fort anymore. Okay, so we've got Cybrek, I've got Iton, I've got Ibon, I've got Rodim, I've got Zan, I've got Fath, and Nil. Those are your options. So you want to know a pro tip, Tapioke? Okay, so let's just do this and select a material, right? Oh no, I accidentally that. Click this, click, drag, done. Works with floors too. Doesn't work with furniture, but works with everything else. And the old system was exactly the same as this system. It was just Q and enter, or X or whatever. So it was still the same number of clicks. It was just done with the keyboard, so you could do it way faster so you didn't notice it. I mean, I'm using DFHack, but I don't use any of its, like, extras. I don't think its actual tools are necessary, even remotely. Do I have a butcher shop right now? I guess not. Well, anyway, I'm in an ad, so I will wait. Swear you tried that? Clearly you didn't. Is Expedition Leader available? Yes. Expedition Leader is this one. Does this work for you, Samuel? Yeah, you use the deconstruct tool, not the erase tool. Lord Samuel never feels discouraged, rarely feels jealous, tends to avoid crowds, prefer that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She is quite ambitious and has a greedy streak and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is passive in discussions. She dreams of creating a great work of art, personally feels those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, values eloquence, and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. Likes gypsum, copper, and helidor, as well as tea wood. And nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, and spider monkey tooth, spears, and shields, and amulets, and nightmares. For there, once again. Diamonds, the words of the diamonds of depth and the sight of the sienna sweetness, and when possible prefers to consume, I don't know where this dwarf is going, when possible prefers to consume alpaca cheese and tuber beer, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. I must have selected schist from one of these. Well, that sucks. Okay, so I do need to make a butcher shop. Absolutely is what I need to do. So let's just... kind of wanted to make this into the kitchen, but in order to make this into the kitchen, I have to make it into a kitchen. So we're going to do that. Just going to bring some blocks in there because I'm obsessed with flooring. I just test brown recluse spider bites, but I think brown recluse spiders have the right to exist. I'm just going to ignore the YouTube chat for a bit, I think. You love spiders? Favorite animal? Favorite arachnid? Spiders are cute. I enjoy spiders. Isn't tea wood from a tea tree? It's one of those sentences when I say it out loud and I question everything I know about the English language. Let's stud furniture with gems. See what we get. Okay, so everything that isn't... Okay, let's just pause all this. Even got okay drinks right now. Just let these dwarves construct everything, because I got a lot of constructions that need to be done. Turns out, a lot of constructions need to be done. I mean, I'm talking about tea wood in the video game, Dwarf Fortress, that is referenced in a lot of dwarves, you know, statements, personalities, preferences. You like the concept of spiders but hate their looks. Man, why you gotta be so mean? Poor spiders. Hurting their self-esteem, man. Like, I like your personality, but man, it's not gonna work out. You like the idea of easy plant oil? Let me tell you this, as somebody who's made olive oil in real life, it's like saying that making butter out of milk is easy. It's like, yeah, but like, your wrists are never gonna thank you. It's a very slow process. It's easy in the same way that like making orange juice with raw oranges is easy. I mean, I will remind everybody that I once watched, like, we have these things called black cave spiders. They're about yay big. They're also known as wolf spiders. They live 8 to 10 years. And they are these big black hairy things that are large enough that when they run along a wooden floor, you can hear them audibly going tick, 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 along the floor. They're very gangly, delicate motherfuckers, and they're kind of awesome. And I used to be terrified of them. And then one day I was up way too late at night, and I walked into my kitchen, and I saw one just like sitting right next to my fruit fly trap, like this. And whenever a fruit fly would come down to the trap, I'd go bang, and then eat them. Do they howl at the moon? God, that would be amazing. But no, and it just sat there eating them. And I was like, you are my best friend. You can live there forever now. And Buddy lived there for a good 2-3 days. Wolf spiders are not tarantulas, no. No, they're called wolf cave spiders. Or large black house spiders, depending on how technical you're being. No, spiders are great. They even pay rent. Like, I'm totally fine with having some spiders in my apartment. Cockroaches, on the other hand, die on sight. But, spiders okay. Spiders can stay. You don't get them here, no. It's not hot enough for house centipedes here. There we go. We're catching the other giant camels. That's the way we like it. There we go. Excellent. Let's go up to you. Bone. Decorate with bone. Repeat. And also, while we're at it, totem. Yeah, because they don't benefit anybody. They eat your food and shit in your garbage. Cockroaches. Spiders, at the very least, deal with pests. They're like pest repellent, you know? They're like the homeland security of your apartment or house or basement. Oh, don't worry. If there's a few that you know of, there's hundreds that you don't. They eat spiders that creep you out? Really? I mean, spiders stay out of line of sight generally. I prefer spiders over house centipedes because if there's a house centipede here, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. Go back to Eastern Canada. What the hell are you doing here? You're lost. Whose suitcase did you come over in? We don't really have them here. It's not actually hot enough here consistently for house centipedes. So if there's a house centipede here, it's weird. You greet your bedroom spider every morning? Yeah, I mean, I honestly, when I see the house spiders that we have, I gently take them outside because there isn't really enough food inside for them. I also really like the orb weavers that make webs all the way across my windows. Parents' home was near a lake, so I stayed and strapped with raid for them cockroaches. Oh, really? That bad, eh? As long as the spider isn't venomous, we're cool. I mean, that's why we're scared of spiders, right? It's the same reason people are scared of snakes. It's because we do have some animal instincts still. And certain types of creatures that could kill a person, right? And when you see a type of creature in real life that could theoretically kill you, we are naturally programmed to be afraid of it, right? And it makes sense, you know? I don't think we're programmed to be... Wait, cats are afraid of cucumbers? Are you saying I'm supposed to be afraid of cats and cucumbers, or cats are afraid of cucumbers? Please explain. I've never heard of this. Can't wait for the crafting and butchering update. I mean, as long as you're having fun, the updates will come. I'm just really curious about how long the beta is going to be a beta for. Because that one Kit Fox post where it's like, it'll be a beta for a couple weeks, and then like seeing Putnam being like, it'll be in beta for less than a year, and then seeing people in my YouTube comments being like, fuck this game, I'm never playing it again, development's actually too slow, fuck everything. And followed by the people going, it'll be fine. It's like, it's the most all over the place response to a beta patch I think I've seen for Dwarf Fortress ever. Where it's like, well, I mean, it's still Dwarf Fortress. So I don't know. I mean, I've seen videos of cats like jumping because a cockroach a cucumber appears, but is that an actual thing, or is that just like internet jokitude? Because I don't know. New dragon fort? Well, I mean, we have 2 dragons. Both of them are ladies, though. They're not a breeding pair, unfortunately. Cannot reach site. Oh, I know exactly what's going on. Cannot reach site is probably this, right? Nope. Interesting. It does if you set the wiki to default to version 50 content. The wiki uses cookies to direct you to the most popular pages. So if you have all cookies disabled, you might be landing on the wrong pages because of that partially. This is just going to be the... refuse stockpile, because I need one of those. And also, let's turn up the priority on this. Let's just get her done, because I need a refuse stockpile like stat. Or do I have plans for the dragons in adventure mode? I don't have any strict plans, but then again, I never really have strict plans, so I would say by that logic, literally everything I do is for funsies. You thought stone designating for dumping was reserved for that. Are they not dumped in a room full of stone? I'm confused. What? Mind? What are we currently constructing? Oh, I see where I screwed up. There's just a center here that's all schist. Let's just get rid of these 3. Get rid of that. Why is there turkeys everywhere? I mean, it's not a bad problem, but it's probably because I've just got bunch of baby turkeys. Okay, well, let's just jump down here, move baby turkeys along with the baby ducks into this region down here. Hell yeah. Apologies in advance if I screw up your username. Similicious Sog? Similicious OG. Probably. It's like, that's probably not Sog. It's probably OG, right? But regardless, hi, welcome. Glad you found the tutorials. Hopefully they were helpful. If you need help, my Discord server is also pretty helpful as well. A lot of people doing the hauling right now. Bringing logs up. Similicious? Maybe. I mean, I read that as Sim. Similicious. You know, like Sim City? Alicious? OG? I tried minecarts for lava transport. Ah. You haven't been watching me that much, have you? The problem is they only carry 3 of 7 at a time. So it's like particularly inefficient. Not a lot of Twitch lately, no? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've absolutely done it. But like the issue, like I said, the issue with it is minecarts can only carry 3 of 7. So unless you're trying to fill 1, maybe 2 tiles, individual tiles, it's just a very slow form of transport, I guess is the easy way of putting it. So corpses and refuse, we'll just chuck in there. That'll hopefully get all this stuff. Yeah, that'll get all this stuff carried out of here. This is going to become food storage. In fact, I should probably just fill up the center of it with food storage because that's the plan. So everything except for basically plump helmet storage is just going to go into here. You haven't tried Adventure yet? It looks scary. Don't be intimidated by Adventure mode. I mean, it is quite literally the exact same game. It's the same engine with a lot of the same rules, except a different perspective of play. And it allows you to interact with your fort in some fun ways, so if anything, I would say Fortress mode is the scary one. I don't need any drinks in here. I don't need any plump helmets in here. I don't need any, what are they called? I'm just blanking currently. Pigtails. I don't need any cave wheat, and I don't need any sweet pods. Sweet. And then that can be the rest of the food. It's period. Now we don't need to worry too much about this prepped food getting left rotten. Hopefully that stuff will all get dealt with. Already have another giant camel that needs to be slaughtered, probably. Meaning they're all in here. Caged, trained. Sweet. So I've got 2 well-trained stray dragons now. I'm going to need to make chains, and we're going to need to get them chained up somewhere. Strike a few bowls, watch all my tutorials, take a nap, wake up, realize you, like, have contained 0 and remembered 0 of that information. Then you watch all the tutorials again, fall asleep halfway through, realize that you retained a third of it, watch all of them a third time, and then go back and leave likes and questions on them, and then like wake up, and while you're playing the 4th time, you watch them again. And that's why tutorials get views for longer than news videos. That's really interesting. It's always fun managing to generate a world with no dwarves. You went out and left your game running by accident and gained an extra dwarf. Did you get a random migrant? Because they probably were a recent migrant. Somebody named Mata wants to join. Sorry, I keep getting DMs from things that I unfortunately need to actually read. Some human bard. Where are you from? The tame realm. Nah, I'd prefer the hardcore realm, honestly. We're slaughtering a bunch of turkeys. Good stuff. Also got a bunch of ducklings in the tavern, meaning they probably all need to go back in the base. There's a camel in the basement. Okay, great. I'm going to put a cage trap right here to catch any wild running loose camels. And I guess that explains actually why all my ducklings are upstairs, is because the camel's scaring the piss out of all of them. Anyway, at the very least, they're not violent giant camels. They're just running around. They're just loose giant camels, which the baby turkeys following. They're actually probably following their mom around, who's being led by the butcher, because baby animals just follow their mother, regardless of what they are. So it's probably like this turkey or something is about to get butchered, and they're just following it because that's what they do. Which is kind of dark, but We're just gonna dump all this crap. Over the past year, waves from ASCII have not been added. I mean, here's the thing, right? Over the past year, Tarn has been working, and I feel like I've been saying this nonstop for the past year. For the past year, there's been a lot of issues with the game that require just Tarn sitting down and doing it and spending a week doing it. But there's been a whole mode missing from the game, which is adventure mode. Adventure mode is now at the very least in a beta format, so things can happen, right? It's like there's a lot of things that are probably not in the game because it's just easier to do them as you develop adventure mode, right? Like, they've had one of the biggest pointless complaints for this game is sprites for babies. Yeah, it would be really nice to have it, but it doesn't benefit the game gameplay-wise whatsoever to have individual, unique sprites for babies. They've been done. They've been drawn for a really long time. The only reason they're not in the game yet is because Tarn hasn't had the time to sit down and do it. We'll get it, and when we get it, it'll be great, and it'll be nice, and we'll be finally able to see the, children's faces of fear as they get horribly ripped to shreds by some creature. And also it'll come alongside of these icons being updated. But there's more important things that need to be worked on, right? This map looks super weird. What's going on here? It's a volcano. A volcano with 2 dragons. So it's just a matter of time We will get it, and it'll be great when it happens, and I look forward to it. And I think most of us here do look forward to those days. And I think it'll be really cool when we finally get to that point. But realistically, the thing that's been holding up a lot of these things that people like to complain about right now is the mode that's currently in beta. 2 female dragons, yes. I mean, like, this is my prediction, and you can say whatever year you want. This is my prediction. The next 2 months are going to be the 2 months of adventure mode beta.
Whoop.
I have a feeling, a very educated guess, that within the next 2 months, adventure mode will be... Is that a wolfman? That's a wolfman bard. I have a feeling that the next 2 months are going... It looks kind of like... The Wolfman looks like Wile E. Coyote, but like the wrong color. It kind of looks like he's seen some shit. Anyway, the next few months are going to be Adventure Mode Beta, right? And alongside of Adventure Mode Beta, I think we're going to get a lot of fixes that we've been waiting for a while, right? So far in Adventure Mode Beta, we've gotten the ability to see when things are lying down. Already very important. Very, very, very important. Like an indicator that things are lying down. Huge, huge deal. Massive deal. Vodka Studio, thank you very much for the 4th month with Prime. Welcome back, friend. It's great to have you. Seriously. Thank you very much for your genuinely, thank you very much for your ongoing support and kindness. So, next few months are going to be that, right? I think this was a 5x5 embark. If you want this embark, it's on Discord. It's in the announcement screen. It's right here. This is it. If you would like it, it's right there. Anyway, so the next few months are going to be Adventure Mode Beta, and I think that there's going to be a lot of fixes alongside of that we've been waiting for a while, but haven't been expecting to get anytime soon. So that's my first prediction. Then after that, I think once this beta is in the main branch, we're going to start seeing a lot of features that they've been talking about adding for a really long time suddenly popping up. Because once this beta is done is when Tarn is going to realistically suddenly start having time to make more things, if that makes any sense. Just at a bare minimum. That is when suddenly it's going to be, you know, not just possible, but reasonable for Tarn to start working on this feature, or Tarn to start adding this thing, or sitting down and doing the busy work to get sprites for kids into the game. The bottleneck has been adventure mode. And now that we're on the cusp of adventure mode being available to everybody, things should start speeding up. I mean, considering there's been 3 patches since the beta branch came out. And from what I can tell, most of the crashes are done. I've got a thing I gotta respond to real quick. Holy shit! So if you're watching the YouTube stream, you probably just got gifted a membership. Somebody just gifted 50 memberships in the YouTube chat. Wow. That's a new record. Can I get a round of beers in Twitch? Maybe in YouTube too? Holy indeed, yes. 50 memberships in YouTube chat. That is the first time that's... I think the biggest one I've seen up until now was 10. Granted, they are $2 a piece, so they are pretty cheap. But still, thank you. Holy shit. How to take it? I don't know. Actually. You have to get gifted one. I don't know how the YouTube algorithm for that stuff works. And Darius just wanted to brag about how they've been a member for 1 month, so yeah. We're getting a migrant wave, which is fantastic. Okay. We've got a bowyer and a weaponsmith. Kind of hoping we're going to have... Because something else that can happen that I was reading about in the wiki that I didn't actually know about. Yeah, the portraits are in fort mode now, and also the lying down indicators sage. Something that I need to read a little bit more about. Apparently, if your adventurer has friends or people that they know in adventure mode, I was reading about this in the Bay 12 forums. If you are playing as an adventurer and you meet a bunch of people and you talk with them a whole bunch and they become friends, even, or if you're on friendly terms with them, even if they are a party member, apparently, if you park that adventurer at a fortress, they're more likely to migrate to your fortress and show up as visitors because they're like known entities to the people who are already there. After 2 weeks of walking around with almost 500 units of food in your hands and getting hungry and tired every 4 hours just trying to found a new horse comp and found a camel and do you have somewhere to put your food finally? Why doesn't Tarn employ more developers? Because money isn't infinite, right? And the reality is, could Dwarf Fortress turn into, let's say, a studio of 20 people? All right. How much do you have to pay a studio of 20 people per year? Let's say $80,000 per person, which is pretty cheap for game development. So $80,000 per head. All right, then you're also paying their healthcare, because this is the US that we're talking about. You're also paying for insurance and an office. You're also paying for software and licensing. You're paying for like computers. You're paying for tech. You're paying for a lot of stuff, right? Yes, Dwarf Fortress made like $20 million. Cool. But that is ideally intended to be security for two people's passions projects, right? So if you are, hey, don't be greedy, YouTube chat. If you are developing a passion project, a art project that you've been working on for the last 20 years, and suddenly you get the paycheck which solidifies your guaranteed retirement fund, and also gives you enough extra budget to bring on artists full-time and keep them on, as well as musicians to work on audio design, and an extra programmer. And then you're told, now take all of your retirement fund and put that into a company so that you can develop the game slightly faster. Then you're like, well, great. Now, on top of the current, what once was a long-term security is no longer, because now we have to lean on things like external funding sources, such as investment or downloadable content to make a living and continue developing the game. This is the type of game that would rather develop slower and do it in a financially secure fashion than develop faster and have a potentially negative outcome. So why can't they? They could, but it would be a terrible decision for a game like this. Dwarf Fortress has already sold a shit ton of copies, right? But realistically, unless this game suddenly becomes super mainstream, it's not going to become too much bigger than it already is. A lot of people have bought Dwarf Fortress, and I'm sure more people will in the future. But I don't think they ever want to be a game that intentionally strives for infinite growth. This is a game that is, or an industry that is built on infinite growth, which is inherently unstable. So why strive for infinite growth when you can just have consistency? I would rather Dwarf Fortress is developed slowly, consistently, instead of them taking a year out of their development schedule to bring on developers who've never seen the code before and have to spend a year learning the code properly. The one programmer that they hired, which Bay 12 didn't even hire, KitFox did, Putnam, has been reverse engineering the code for Dwarf Fortress for almost 10 years. Will dwarves get pissed if you give a sermon on how crafting is a waste of time? No, but they might insult you and get irritated with you and then not want to talk with you. You can actually annoy people in adventure mode to the point where they attack you. So you should do it as an elven adventurer too. It is oddly symmetrical. But mountainous maps can be like that sometimes. I'm reconnecting to chat. It's interesting. I mean, everything that I've heard, Starlaser, is that it's not bad. All of the like hearsay and public and discourse about the code for Dwarf Fortress is that it's this terrible like labyrinthine nightmare. Everybody that I've talked to who's actually seen the code for Dwarf Fortress is like, yeah, it's not that bad. It's actually pretty organized. It's like a little bit unconventional in places, but that's just self-taught programmer syndrome, not bad code. Is literally everything I've heard about that. So. Like, basically hearing Putnam talk about Dwarf Fortress's code is literally just, Tarn's code is fine. But he is a self-taught programmer. So he uses some weird things that aren't optimal, which can be updated and fixed pretty easily, which is what Putnam's been doing. Because Putnam has been going through and optimizing a lot of things, but yes, I have multiple endless lava flows, and I'm trying to actually drain this one so that it's a underground lava flow. I'm trying to make it flow down into here so it just flows off the map instead of like continuing to cause us problems, but you know, one thing at a time here. Well, we already have one adventurer in this fortress, but yes, that is the plan. This is my the adventurer that I was playing with as a bunch already. All the VODs of this adventure are on YouTube, on the VOD channel, but we killed a Yeti, we killed some dingo people, an alligator, a Etten, a Minotaur. It was a good time. But no, we will be periodically retiring and reclaiming this fortress. You know, just like the term multi-threading to solve all performance problems gets thrown around by a lot of gamers that don't know how to code. As a gamer that doesn't know how to code, I used to say that. It's like you jump onto the meme word that you understand the pseudo definition of, and then you claim it as fact and you pretend to be a professional. Like, that's how being a backseat developer works, right? I'm pretty sure, anyway. Oh. I was like, why does this not work? Oh, wait, what? No, it is working. The heck? Dark pile 8. Odd. I don't fully understand why this no work. Maybe there just ain't enough hauling jobs available. Interesting. The hardcore community, certainly. But if you look in the hardcore community, you don't see people talking about multi-threading that often. I mean, you do still see it. But usually whenever somebody brings up, like, if you go to the Bay 12 forums as an example, whenever somebody brings up multi-threading, there's always, like, a dozen, like, citation-needed responses to it saying, actually, this, then multi-threading is usually how it goes. Whereas when you get posts on the Steam forums, 99% of the comments are like, why haven't they multi-threaded the game yet? It's like, well, they did. You just didn't pay enough attention. You just go into the thing and scream multi-threading when your game starts to run below 30 frames. Certainly. And that is a very, and this is pulling this out of YouTube chat from Bacon Nation. Dwarf Fortress absolutely has some code optimization problems. Absolutely. But that isn't to say that the code is bad. Code having issues with optimization does not inherently equal bad code. I'm just looking at our new migrants here. Tier 2 subscribers should be able to gift a dwarf to somebody or themselves if they want. My dwarven water reactor is lagging my fort.
Long live the dwarfs.
Long live the Psycho 0515. Thank you much. Appreciate you, man. It really does mean a lot. Thank you so much for continuing to support the channel and the streams. Can you have a fort where you breed ward mounts for your adventure mode characters to use? Absolutely. I mean, for a lot of specific adventure mode types of characters, you quite literally need to build a fort around them, because nobody in the world is going around making Elephant Man gear out of metal. Nobody's doing that. So if you want to run an Elephant Man adventure, you need to build a fort around having Elephant Man adventurers. That's quite literally how the game needs to work. Sure, if you have a tame one. Although I'd like to warn you about riding flying mounts, Wuggy McWuggy. You know how you can ride a horse or any other type of mount. Anybody who's played adventure mode here so far, have you had that moment where you're riding around on your horse or your cow or your whatever, and then suddenly they run away? Or fly away or whatever? Giant moths are, though. There are definitely flying mounts. I don't know. I assume cockatiels aren't mounts, but based on what you're saying, I'll take your statement as fact. But the thing that you need to remember is there are giant flying mounts. But, like with all mounts, if something startles your giant mount, they fly in a random direction or go in a random direction. Same goes for underwater or aquatic mounts. Like, I think cave toads are underwater mounts. You have to be very cautious with them, because randomly, you might be sitting there going like, oh yeah, no, life's great. Having a good time. Everybody's, you know, just going on a walk through the wilderness with my giant cave frog. And then suddenly you're 6 layers down in an ocean because a giant jaguar walked along the beach and scared the crap out of your frog, and he decided to go for a swim. So, you know. And this can also happen for flying mounts. So say your flying mount decides to just like dive bomb you into a waterfall, which causes you to plunge down to the mainland levels, which makes your dude go splat. What's your name? OKU. Okay, go. Human bard. Nah. Look at your horse. Your horse is amazing. It's a better hero than me. Sag. Have underwater content. Not really. Underwater is one of those things that's perpetually underdeveloped in Dwarf Fortress. Which is a bit of a shame, IMO, but also it kind of makes sense because it's not exactly something that you would encounter outside of some pretty niche circumstances, so I would describe it as a relatively low priority. At least for me. There are several mods that add a lot of playable underwater stuff, if that is something that you're looking for or seeking. If you're wondering what I'm doing right now, I'm digging so that I can get to these mineral deposits. I'm also going to need to get this hematite out of here. Let's do a wheelbarrow here. A section of the cavern is collapsed. We need empty cages, which is fine. Anything I can empty out of the cages? Just the giant camel. There we go. We'll do that. I can also just deconstruct some of these traps as well. You want to create a fort with the sole purpose of domesticating a species of giant predator to use as a mount for adventurers. Or, let me tell you this, Zwari. start with an adventuring party, okay? Start with an adventuring party. Let's say you want to play as a dwarf, okay? Start with your dwarf as your main adventurer, right? Then, start off with a party member. And that party member is an elf. And I would recommend an elf, because elven factions have a much wider variety of animals available to them than dwarves, in most cases. That elf, you then start them with a giant grizzly bear. And then the first thing you do when you actually start the adventure is you go up to the elf as the dwarf and say, take an order. I need you to wait here for a while. And then forget that they exist and take the giant bear. Because you can just grand theft that bear all the way across the world and there won't be any repercussions. Call it a gift even. Because, like, you know, tell your friend to show up with the Austin Healey and then get in the car and drive away. Just like real life. Oh yeah, giant war grizzlies are absolutely war mounts. You know, if you think of Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode as Grand Theft Giant Bear, it's even funnier. Yeah, but jabberers? I've had human factions that have jabberers available. I've also had dwarven factions that have had jabberers available. But yes, there are certainly some creatures that are harder to domesticate than others. That is true. Very much true. Let's just go here and type in meal. Let's just do find meals and do 50 when less than 50. And let's also go here and do brew, drink from plant, brew, drink from fruit. Drink from plant, we'll just do 20. And then drink from fruit, we'll do 50. And then I will just say repeat monthly. Same with this one, just repeat monthly. And I'm going to go to labor, kitchen, and let's go, where are the buttons for this? Let's go, do not cook my wine. God damn it. And then go to vegetables and say, do not cook the plump helmets. Do brew the sweet pods, please. And let's not cook the strawberries. Let's just eat the strawberries. Then let's go to seeds. Let's cook the strawberry seeds. Let's cook the fisherberry seeds. Let's cook the rock nuts because I'm not going to use those. And let's cook the dimple cup spawn because I'm not going to use those right now. The Good Doctor or something. Enjoy your chick flick, TV. Giant bats that wield battle axes? I mean, bat men would wield weapons. Bats themselves wouldn't. Oopsies. I meant to hit the erase button, but clearly I missed it. There is, you know, a true fact, though, that giant crabs can wield weapons. I can't wait for the day that I'm dueling against a giant crab in adventure mode, and then it stabs me with a sword that I had in my hands a second ago that it just disarmed for me that I didn't realize. Trolls are sentient livestock. They're a weird middle ground because goblins have very different ethics about slavery than dwarves. Just like troll fur is harvested from them ethically, supposedly. Kind of curious about what furniture they're going to bring here. Ah, mechanisms. Sure, that works. A lot of turkey tallow. Ethical trade troll fur. Exactly. In this house, we support ethical trolls. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to demolish this because it doesn't seem to be working. You right there. You right here. You right there. You load these. Load from there. And I'm going to sit here and go cross-eyed at trying to figure out why it's not working. Ethical trolls sound like a garbage band? Or garage band? Yeah, kinda. Ethical trolls. Man, 50 new YouTube members. That's absurd, man. Well, you know, I guess in a way, if you think about it, Kashmir, the goblins are either the gray or the green party. So they can't be that bad, right? Time for me to slaughter every live piece of livestock I didn't actually want. I don't want this alpaca. Also, like, having horses around has a reason now. It's like, if you want to run an adventurer there and grab a horse, it's now, like, a logical thing you could do. Same with, like, an elephant. You want an elephant as a pack mule? You could do that. Okay, let's see. How's the population doing? Okay. Well, we're getting there. Once this gets a little further along. They tend to run textile jobs. Are they harvesting their own fur? Is this like... Is troll fur harvesting like an equivalent to monkeys grooming each other? Just saying. More like monkeys shaving each other, making socks out of it. Tell me with a straight face, and obviously I can't tell if you have a straight face or not, so we'll just, for the sake of this discussion, tell me that you're typing this out with a straight face. Tell me with a straight face that monkeys wouldn't do that if they knew how. Because I firmly am a 100% guaranteed believer that if monkeys had access to the technology of socks, they would make socks out of each other's back fur. Also, Psycho, thanks for gifting a sub. To Archie the Goober. I don't know who that is, but enjoy the sub, Archie the Goober. Welcome to the stream. You've been making your tutorial. Oh, that's probably why. You've been making the tutorials. You've been saving the grace of the adventure mode beta for you and your GF. So hey, more subs. Yay! And also Twitch sub, apparently. Socks would probably get in the way of climbing, though. This is why you need socks with toenails for toe holes for your toenails, so that you can grab things with your toes still. Or toe socks. Monkeys would be a big fan of toe socks, man. Zombie, you would like that dwarf finally. What dwarf want you be? Just simply let me know. Pick one from the list. Assuming it's not Eurist, because that's my adventurer. Zan? Wait, what? I'm not sure which one you're talking about here. We have a Zan? Oh, there. This one? Not technically a permanent member, but long-term guest. Never becomes angry, has a strong tendency towards privacy, and is very rarely moved by curiosity. Has a strong sense of duty and is pleased by her own appearance and talents. Is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She has a greedy streak, and she likes a little excitement now and then. Doesn't handle stress well, and often feels envious of others. Tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally really respects commerce and those that engage in trade. Greatly respects shrewd and guileful individuals and loyalty, and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Does not care about fairness. She likes stoneware, steel, and banded agate, mango wood, and moose antler, leech tooth, and amber rope, amber amber and rope reed paper. God, that's hard to say. And the color ochre and quivers. She likes armadillo men for their thick, bony armor, plates, and the words of the true reason, and the sound of the flute of sweetness. When possible, prefers to consume parsnip plants, finger millet beer, and 2-grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates blood gnats. She's a competent axe dwarf, but she's kind of rusty. Unfortunately, the legendary horse vanished from the map when I embarked here. So, very sad about the horse. You like your men armadilloed and thick-plated. You get citizenship of Dragonspike. That or go on adventurers with the adventurer. Okay, we are prepping more meals for Naming. Really wish this would just build quicker. Problem is I keep giving them other construction jobs that are completely unrelated. Completely unrelated. Come on, dwarves. Get to it. There we go. More doors. Excellent. Let's, wow, we're still decorating items with bones. I mean, that's fine. But yeah, no, I would agree that Tilted Turtle would like you there. Don't mind you just streaking through my fortress. Just streaking? Who let in the elf with no culture? Come on. Jurist is tired and overexerted. So, I have a question, chat, because of the way this dwarf is moving. If you are sprinting when you retire a dwarf, meaning have movement speed set to maximum, do they just run forever? This dwarf's gonna have some really good endurance. Because I think they just sprint forever. This poor dwarf. Can somebody clip this? I'm gonna send it to Putnam. Be like, I think we... The adventure is saved. So you get fucking zoomers. Exactly, right? I mean... He's training for a marathon. He's gonna be real good at running soon. Like, he's got high stamina, but he's constantly overexerting himself. Forrest Gump. This is my adventure. This is Urist Landwalk, not Forrest Gump. Also, is it possible to name a dwarf Forrest? Asking for future reference. It's not possible to make platinum weapons in fortress mode unless it's an artifact. That doesn't mean that it's not possible for things to be made out of platinum. Thanks, chat room. What's up, Benil? Nearest land sprint. Shh, yeah, you know, yes, actually. Yes. Ah, it's fine. It's not really that kind of contest. Oh, these ones are supposed to be 50. Fruit is supposed to be 20. 50. This one, just a one-time order. You're supposed to be monthly. It's always that kind, I mean, sure. I've already started a colony where you're training all the dwarves to be weaponsmiths at a low population to make a bunch of famed weapons to distribute to the world. There you go. You know, actually, you should just be like, you should just roleplay as Santa Claus and just deliver toys to everyone. That would be a fun adventure to do on Christmas. Just be Santa. And like, build a fortress that just makes a bunch of toys and then just in adventure mode, go collect it with a herd of reindeer and then just, you know, adventure across the world delivering toys everywhere. New Christmas fort idea just dropped. And also, it's noon. I've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm gonna go take a toilet break. I will be right back. Make Santa deer person? Santa Rain Man. Anyway, BRB. Also, side note, I didn't notice this until I stood up just now, but I survived all of yesterday just fine, post-concert. Like, A-okay, no issues. Walking around, went to my parents' house, rode my bike for a bit, edited videos, like, no issue. It was totally fine yesterday. Holy fuck, my neck hurts. Like, Jesus. Like, yeah, I was headbanging because it was a concert, but not that much. Neck just decided to start hurting while I've been sitting here. Good lord. Anyway, on the 26th, I'm going to go see, on the 26th, in one day, I'm going to go see Obituary, Cannibal Corpse, Amon Amarth, and then, Unprocessed, like, 2 hours later, so. We are old? No, not really. It just takes a day for the headbanging pain to sink in. It's a marathon concert. It's 2 concerts, actually. 1 concert and then a second concert. They're at different venues, but the timings line up well enough that we're going to go to both. Prepare my neck? Oh, I'm going to witness the neck more than prepare my neck. So I sent that clip to Putnam and said, don't know if this is known. And she goes, nope, that's new. So, adventure is infinitely sprinting. That might land me backstage. I've seen them 3 times before. They're one of those bands where, like, I've ended up seeing Obituary without, like, realizing it a good number of times. Because they've just been opening for other people or, like, headlining for a band that I wanted to see the opener and then realized after the fact that I was seeing Obituary. Good lord, this dwarf. Like, man, I respect this dwarf's enthusiasm, but... But Robert from the Netherlands, should I give any more specific statements? Also, I doubt that I would see them because it's at the P&E Forum. You can look it up. It's a big venue. Like, this is a big outdoor venue. Like, I would state almost a 100% chance I am not going to run into the band, but... What kind of music are Obituary? Chat, can I call Obituary death metal and not get in trouble? Because I call them death metal. I'm not gonna lie, this looks like a really good spot for a well. Let's make the well go all the way up. This is gonna be a really slow to activate well, isn't it? Okay, that's gonna be the well. Okay, that's actually not too far away. It's gonna be a really slow to activate one, though. So speaking of wells, has anybody else tried jumping into human sewers yet? Trying to get into the sewer complexes? Because if you're not familiar, underneath human towns, not hamlets, but towns, there are sewers, which have local natural populations of animal people that just chill in the sewers. Yeah. Dwarf Fortress does in fact have sewer levels, yes. Climbed down the wells. Sometimes they connect with wells, sometimes there are just ramps going down into them. But here, let me show you what I mean. I found the entrance to one, but wasn't able to get into it. This is an example of a sewer layout from the DF Wiki. So, don't worry if you can't understand ASCII, but this is like the lower levels beneath a human city. This is part of the reason larger human settlements run pretty badly. Because there are these that are full of animal people, and the people that are forced to live underground. Air quotes. Every time you join a stream, you get a membership. I don't think that's a bad thing, Dark. Yes. And also, you can peek down into the sewers through the drain grates. It's also the reason human towns / cities used to be borderline unplayable because, yeah, they'd have the population of, like, you know, several thousand people above ground and then also a population of several thousand animal people below ground. Except instead of doing 500 of those, let's just do 200. You really, 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 really need to strengthen your eyes up. Try staring directly at the sun at some point. It'll build up a natural layer of defense against ASCII so that when you look at ASCII, you'll be like, ah, it's nice and soothing on my burnt out retinas that no longer exist.
Yay, no ads.
Yay for no ads, Kokoroko. You want all the colors to blur together? Well, there you go. You just want an impressionist painting. Approximation of Dwarf Fortress. You know, actually, I would love to see some, like, Dwarf Fortress impressionist paintings. Like, just impressionist paintings of ASCII. I'd be down. I'm not sure what they're asking for, because I can't scroll up in Twitch chat very effectively anymore, because it turns out Twitch chat just scrolls, or auto-scrolls, pretty consistently now, to a point where it's actually really difficult for me to figure out what people are asking, believe it or not. Where are the stairs? They're right here. What if I just do this? I've just got random animals walking into my fortress frequently enough right now that I need to do this. This is just the side entrance. It's not going to become the main entrance anytime soon, but... So, yeah, the plan for today is to spend the day building up this fortress and prepping for adventures, and then tomorrow we're going to either reclaim this guy in a party and go on some adventures and then come back to the fortress, or build a new party of adventurers, go on adventures for a bit, and then drop them off at this fortress and then continue. It'll be one of the two, but I haven't decided yet. Depends on what we feel like doing tomorrow. Found a bug where you can start with platinum weapons. That's not a bug. That's intended. So there is a caveat that I'm probably going to need to say a lot, which is there are many things that you can't do in fortress mode, but that doesn't mean that other civilizations can do it, right? So just because you can do something or just because you can't do something as a fortress player doesn't mean it isn't being done elsewhere by other factions. Yeah, because you're playing a human civ. Zwari. Yours says chat pause when you're scrolling? Interesting. Yeah, mine doesn't do that. I need to look into it, because there's something weird. Do giant spiders spin webs all over the place? Yes. Assuming it's actually tame. Otherwise, it might be, wait. Actually, they could just be cave spiders. The simple strings have arrived, and also my dwarven faction has arrived to trade with me. I guess they forgave me for the entirety of the first trading group dying to a dragon, which is good. All right, let's just bring some figurines. Let's bring some rings. No, amulets? Yeah, there you go. And bracelets? Yeah, there you go. And, I don't know, earrings? Sure, those will work. And also totems. And I do not have a broker, apparently. Instead of a broker, we're going to appoint a fixer. I think Lord Samuel's going to be our broker. Not really, no. The reason you can't really be a trader in adventure mode is, one, money doesn't actually exist in adventure mode, even though you can use coins as a trade good. Currently, the trading UI is in the coming soon list of features, so it's not even available right now. But once it's available, you will be able to effectively RP it. The thing is, older versions of adventure mode, as in like version 47 and earlier, have trading, but there's no actual repercussions for not using it and just stealing stuff. So there wasn't really any reason to actually trade. So it depends on what the implementation of it ends up looking like. But once we get the trading UI implemented, theoretically you could exist just as a trader, yes. Trader slash traveler slash forager. Right now you can exist as a bard though, pretty effectively. You can learn songs by hearing other people sing them, and then sing them back to them badly. And they go, oh god, this singer is awful, and you go, excellent, and then you move on to the next pub after drinking the free beer. Chat, they're making a Hobbit farming sim. Tolkien is turning over in his grave. Yeah, I mean, you could just go around giving sermons. Like, if you believe in if your character believes in a particular religion, you could just go around giving sermons. Which is its own kind of fun. Yeah, I mean, it kind of does. Who would farm hobbits? It's called Tales from the Shire, apparently. I was really hoping these would be more valuable. I guess it's just bone crafts encrusted with bones. Let's actually bring a few other things down. I think I've got mechanisms that are probably worth a few. Yeah, there we go. Want to get some value into these trade goods. Oh, also, scepters. There we go. And also, we could get some large gems. Apparently large gloves, too. I'll keep the large amethyst, though. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the demigod stuff is. I want to play as a demigod bard so badly so that I can just shout, I'm on a mission from God, and we're putting the band back together constantly. That's all I actually want to do. Because I can genuinely state that I am on a mission from God, and I'm putting the band back together. It's my dream. You know? I was over at my mom and dad's house yesterday with my brother-in-law, and we were hanging out because it was my dad's birthday. And my dad and mom were talking about Prague because they went to Prague a couple of years ago for a work thing, and they were going on about how much they love Prague, and then started talking about running into monks in Prague, just like trying to get people to go into churches. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, you know, I realize for some people it's like an important piece of culture, but in my brain, the only thing I could really associate that with is with the monks in Monty Python and the Holy Grail singing and then whacking themselves in the head. Wait, you have two cats named Jake and Elwood? That's fantastic. I respect it. I'll buy the pig's milk barrel, dwarven beer, dwarven rum, and dwarven wine, and also might as well the 2 extra barrels as well. Let's buy that steel short sword. Ooh, no, it's too expensive. How about the bismuth bronze short sword? That'll work. And the other bismuth bronze short sword. Nope, too expensive. Both of them. Can I buy the iron spear? Yeah, I can. But hell yeah, to Jake and Elwood the kitties. Dude, you know, it would be fun to just like name a bunch of cats after characters from the Blues Brothers, including like random bit part people that were in that movie. Like around the time that I learned that Spielberg is in that movie, my brain kind of melted a little bit. Juliet, Jake the cat. Yeah, absolutely. Didn't see that happening. What? You know, Deadline has been like reporting on all these video games that I'm convinced just aren't going to happen, but that's good. Speaking of, the studio that put out El Paso Elsewhere just put out another game called Life Eater. Might be one of the most disturbing video games I have seen since like Manhunt. It's like they're giving Rockstar a run for their money. It's very rare that I go, hey, video game developers, are you okay? But every now and again, this happens. Like, this is the sort of video game that if it came out in the 90s would be in front of Congress. Like, it's a timeline management simulator where you are tracking down people to murder and sacrifice to an elder god. By literally, like, ripping out specific organs. Yeah. Strange Scaffold, are you okay? Like, do you need help, man? Like, El Paso Elsewhere, fantastic video game, but, like, same with a lot of the other games they put out. But I started wondering about them around the time they put out Space Warlord or Organ Trading Simulator. Game dev go burr, pretty much. Game dev go burr, and then everybody else going, Game dev, are you okay? Do you need a hug? What? I can access that. What are you talking about, game? Stop lying to me. So it's better than Overwatch 2. Isn't, like, most of the games on the internet? Thought I was talking about RimWorld for a second? No! Well, I mean, RimWorld makes me feel like video game players. Are you okay? Okay, so let's see. How's this going? Still working on that well. We'll get it done eventually. Let's check animals in cages. Just stuff from the merchants. And just my dragons. My volcano is in fact erupting, yes. Thanks for pointing it out. I'm glad you noticed. Currently, I'm trying to solve the volcano issue. Making jokes about war crimes is something to be concerned about, though. And last I checked, being a serial killer is just murder, not a war crime. Unless you just eat a lot of Cheerios. In which case, then you're a fan of relatively unhealthy breakfasts. I'm kind of hoping that, like, So I'm seeing a lot more rumors. It's, like... I generally don't have open faction, open fortress, or, like, open taverns, right? But I'm seeing so many more rumors from these visitors than before. Holy shit. Maybe it's just this world. These are all the active wars going on that we're hearing rumors about. It's like humans invading elves, elves invading humans, goblins in the mix, vice versa. World War Dwarf, maybe. Oh, no, it's not quite World War. There's plenty of areas that aren't. Yeah, and then every time, and it's also sort of like Fallout now, where every time they patch it, a whole bunch of mods break, and then modders have to spend 6 months fixing everything. It's just like how the new Fallout 4 patch has like permanently killed Fallout London. But you can go download this world. It's in the announcements section of my Discord. I really want to play this volcano at some point. The Beloved Frost. It's a really good name for an area with a volcano in it. Well then. Oh, shit. So that cave that had the Etten in it? Yeah, the cave that had the Etten in it. Apparently goblins have taken over it. That's kind of funny. Like, actually really funny. Yeah, that fucking sucks, Archie. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to talk about RimWorld. Because that game, both in one hand, makes me really mad, but also I'm very happy that it exists. So, I don't know. I don't actually hate that game as much as many people seem to think I do. A lot of people on the internet are convinced that I wish that Tynan would die in a hole and that game would cease to exist. But no, that's absolutely not true. I have a lot of respect for that game. I just wish its business model was slightly different. Oh yeah, no, I know. Favor. I know. Yeah, like every video game. Like Dwarf Fortress is awesome, but then you have to wait a year for a patch. But, you know, that's also... What, for RimWorld? Yeah, that's the reason I dislike the stream community for it. Like, if you dislike the Discord community for RimWorld, it's likely the exact reason why I go, yeah, I don't really like streaming that game because of this Twitch community for it. It's like when people are like, why are you insulting the entirety of a community? It's like, I'm not. I'm just saying that the people who come into my chat when I stream it are obnoxious. It's like, so it's not everybody. Any dwarves you didn't expect the look of? So far they've been pretty spot on. With the exception of goblins who are missing sprites. So when you have a goblin with a beard, they don't have a beard, which is a little weird. That's about the only issue I have with them, Pat. What am I building? I'm building a damming structure. So right now I've got this volcano that's just overflowing. And what I'm going to do is I'm dropping this down here, which is going to cause the water from the lava from the volcano to flow down into here and then flow off the map. So basically I'm building a redirect for the lava flow for a lot of it so that I can dam off the edges of it and hopefully not just have this, you know, infinitely flooding lava flow here. I don't know why there's iron gauntlets there, but okay. When your dwarves build a damming structure instead of a damming structure that you requested, hey, I'll have you know, structures be damned. Sounds like a mega project for 21 dwarves. It's taking way too long. Although I don't actually have 21 dwarves. I actually have about 14 because a bunch of them are just like monster hunters and like 5 of them are visitors. So yeah, I have 16 dwarves. But here's hoping we get another migrant wave in a minute because I just traded with the mountain home. Because the very first trade caravan didn't show up a second time because, well, my lovely, adorable, fluffy pet dragons, kind of decided to turn them into charcoal candy, which not the most effective when trying to maintain happy trade relations with your home faction, but how did I find the dragons? Adventure mode. If you play adventure mode, you find all sorts of locations for things, including caves and other stuff. And anything that you discover during adventure mode is then revealed in the overworld map, like this cave right here, and this labyrinth right here, and this shrine, which has a bronze colossus that lives in it. These things are slowly made visible on the map as you discover them in adventure mode because they become common knowledge to that faction. So we were playing in adventure mode, we were playing as the Iron of Power, right? And then when I created the Strong Balls, which was a dwarven group that was based off of the Iron of Power, which was the group that my adventure was a part of, I could see all of them in the overworld map because they were already available to us. So when you discover a thing in adventure mode, you can then see it in fortress mode. Yeah, the dragons are still there. They're, well, moved some. Where did I put them? I put them somewhere. Now I'm like blanking as to where that was, but where are my dragons? Oh, the cages got moved into the thingy down here because they were getting menacing with spikes of one-humped camel bone and Cody clay, which is so they were moved into the crafter's shop to have stuff put on the cages. There you go, Shady. Let's go. Guys? Yeah, I can't help you there. I mean, some migrants have arrived. Anyway, that's why I'm damming the lava. I don't think that's a bug. No. No, that's just the result of lava. That's all that is. Not everything that is working suboptimally is automatically a bug. And the day that the Dwarf Fortress community learns this will be a day that my blood pressure is slightly higher consistently for the rest of my life. And I cannot wait for the day that emergent gameplay that is suboptimal is the opposite of a bug. It's emergent gameplay. Learn this, people. Please. I mean, I could pump some lava, but that would require me setting up power. It's just easier to cave a thing in, right? So it would require a lot of materials, time, and rebuilding of the world, of the fortress area, to build a pump system to pump water on it. Could I do that? Sure. There's no water on the surface. The nearest water is in the nearest cavern layer. It is easier for me to redirect it this way, and also less time consuming and requires less dwarf power. Like, could I do that? Certainly. But why would I do that way when I could do it in a more, like, faster, easier to complete way? Like, then I would just have this water pump that does nothing. Like, what? Why would I do that? Like, if you're playing a game that's based off of emergent gameplay and something suboptimal happens that's hysterical and you shout at it as a bug, you're playing the wrong game. Like, I got bad news for you. If you consider everything that isn't perfectly optimal to be a bug, it's a feature. Damn right. It's not my fault they walked in the wrong door. It really is. It makes my blood boil a little bit. Stone. Your dwarf turned to Steam. There you go. At least they turned to Steam. And not like... I wonder why. The dwarf Titan has been missing for a week. The question I have isn't why have they been missing for a week? It's why... Or rather, how did anybody know that they arrived in the first place? Yeah, it would be a shame if they turned to Epic, yeah. You know, I'm convinced, Radbug, that GOG isn't going to exist in a few years. I'm just like, I'm like constantly surprised that that site still exists. Because like, I've heard about how poor their sales averages are. It's like, whenever I buy a thing on GOG, I download it and copy it and put it into my Google Drive because I have more faith in Google Drive continuing to exist than that thing. My aunt is sending out very sad, sentimental emails about my Oma who passed away this past year. One of these years, people will learn that I don't process trauma that way. I process trauma by moving on. The rest of my family processes trauma by reminiscing constantly. It's like, y'all just make it worse. Stop it. You should archive your GOG purchases. Yeah, it's actually the reason I bought Dungeon Keeper and SimCity on Steam when they popped up. Because I was like, ooh, this is a bad sign. CD Projekt Red sold that GOG like a while ago. If I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure that they sold GOG. Right, quite some time ago. Do I think Project Red is going to close? No, I think GOG is going to go away. Or rather, I will be surprised if CD Projekt Red still exists in a few years. Because CD Projekt Red is no longer... Or not CD Projekt Red. GOG is no longer associated with CD Projekt Red. They sold it in like 2019 or something. It was spun off into its own company and cut separately. Any good hikes recently? I haven't been hiking recently, partially because the weather's been shit and all of the people that I hike with have been really busy as of late. But I do have some planned. But no, I haven't been on any outdoor trips recently. I went on a one-night camping trip like a month ago, but there was no hiking involved there. It was just a pleasant walk around a lake with my neighbor who I went camping with. Zuglar pack spears. Where are you packing them spears? Ooh. An interesting figure. Got a dwarven lasher. Killed a buzzard here. Pest control, I see. Lacks confidence in her abilities. Competent lasher. Welcome to the fort. Yeah, but that was a while ago, Archie the Goober. But yeah, I don't think CD Projekt Red has any risk of vanishing, but basically every single year that GOG continues to exist, I'm slightly surprised. Like, don't get me wrong, it's certainly a nice service, and I'm glad that it exists, but I will be perpetually impressed that it continues to exist. GOG is overreached, do you think? I think the reality is Steam is a very effective monopoly, and unless you have Fortnite money, you can't compete, and there's no reason to even try. That's the way I see it. They were a lot better at old games than Steam releases. For me, GOG basically lost all relevance. I want to say it was about 2018, I think. I'd need to go back like in my history to figure out exactly when it was. But I want to say it was roughly 2018. And essentially what happened was something changed about their PR where they just decided to start making some extraordinarily in poor taste jokes on social media. And I've just kind of had this weird, gross taste in my mouth about GOG ever since. It's like they've always offered a pretty good service, and I've always been kind of happy that they exist. But I'll be honest, I went from using their service quite frequently and it being like the main place that I bought games to basically just not using them at all. So, yeah. I mean, Daggerfall Unity isn't, like, officially supported anywhere, is it? Why would you have to host Daggerfall Unity? Certainly, and I would say that they generally have had decent service, but the service has gone downhill over the years. I personally would prefer that people focused on using services like itch.io, because I think itch.io is a better example of a service that is competing to a degree, but also understands that it needs to stay in its own market, right? You found your first whale? Ooh, what kind of whale? I've only ever seen sharks. I've seen great whites and mako fin sharks. Oh yeah, no, I know. This happened with my dragons, which is why I need to set up a system to keep the dragons locked. Sperm whale and it's leaving without staying in your aquarium traps? I mean, just keep the aquarium traps. Actually, no, not aquarium traps. Do you remember the Moses device I built? Build essentially a Moses device where you can pump out a good chunk of the ocean, and then the next time it shows up, pump out that chunk of the ocean. I know that sounds crazy and over the top, but like, trust me. It's kind of what you have to do. Okay, well, I'd really like that metal ore to all be moved up here. I need to sneeze, hold on, like really badly. All right, it's okay. I survived. I tried my best. Chiefin, I did. But today I haven't failed, the Holy Lord's sneezer. Kind of a basic question. Now you're watching a YouTube video about a tower made by another player, crazy ass tower. I'm new and I don't know most of the command. How can you defend a tower that's this big? I mean, each floor there are fortifications that archers shoot. Siegers generally just walk in the front door, so you just have to stand at the front door. I'm not sure which tower you're talking about, and I made literally 100 of those videos, so a number of them talked about large towers. So it's kind of difficult for me to be like, well, this is how you do it, because off the top of my head, I'm sitting here going like, okay, what, like which tower? Like, was it the heavens something or another? Because I definitely made a few videos about giant towers. Yeah, it's more directing soldiers in a direction and keeping them in a bottleneck than anything. Yeah, for me, it was like the jumping off of YouTube chat here. It was a combination of GOG trying to compete with Steam and GOG's marketing just kind of going down the shitter. Like they really, I don't know who they hired to run their like community direction, but it was not cool. Easy way to put it. Okay, so Putnam has given me a fix for the infinite sprinting stuff. Hold on. Let's see if this works. I don't recognize. Oh, I see. This works. See if you continue sprinting for all eternity, Dwarf. Dragons can't fly in Dwarf Fortress. Nope, didn't fix it. Still fast as fuck. Yep. Like, the speed of this dude is just funny as hell to me. He's running at like twice the frame rate. What happened to Abbey Queen, the horse? They weren't there when I reclaimed the adventurer because it had been 2 years. Horses die. They might still be alive, I'm not sure. But, you know, we retired an adventurer for 2 years. So, no, I'm not going to rename him. He's an adventurer. He keeps the name he has. Yeah, the portraits look fantastic, Chris, on YouTube. They really, really do. Rip in peace. Yep. I mean, naturally. When you retire an adventurer, you basically have to kiss your pets goodbye. Are there any left? No, never. Of course there is. Which one would you like? Just not Urist. Pick a dwarf. Any dwarf. Within reason, assuming they're not already named. Can I have a horse? No. Why would I let you have a horse? I mean, you have to earn that horse, man. Also, I think I have a horse in the fort. Duglar the Lasher. Okay, that's not a member of the fortress, but you can have him. It's just a random monster hunter who came to visit. Chat room, can I get a round of beers? I'm curious how many people are listening to the stream right now. We do have 333 people here watching on Twitch, as well as... where'd that Lasher go? I lost him. Crap. We also have a coffee. We also have an additional 116 over on YouTube, but only 86 likes on the YouTube. You guys are slacking in the like game chats. Lacks confidence in her abilities and is very curious, sometimes to her detriment, is very sloppy with her living space, strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues, tries Never tries to get things done perfectly, doesn't handle stress well, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Is quick to anger and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and exhales sharply when she becomes exasperated. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally deeply dislikes co-op competition and dreams of I already read that. Likes iron, pineapple, opal. I do too. Green glass, rummy paper, gems, war hammers, mole monsters for their horrifying features, in the words of the Diamonds of Depth, and the sound of the Flute of Sweetness, when the sight of the Sienna Sweetness, when possible, prefers to consume Gila Monster, clownfish, and cherry wine and cherries, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. You're at work and you have beer? Hell yeah. Oh, you can't have beer. Never mind. Sad, yeah. Anyway, congratulations on the coffee acquire. What are you? Pecklod. That's an interesting name. Pecklod has Farquaad vibes. Human poet? Nah, I'm good. Okay, you know what? Let's just get rid of these. It's literally just this I need to get out of here. Let's just tell them to dump it and then remove the dumping designation and then pour the lava in here. Which means it'll still be a while before they actually get in here. They don't generate. So stuff isn't just generated, right? What necromancers, the way necromancers appear in the world is some characters seek to learn the knowledge of life and death, right? Which is what gives you necromancy powers and infinite life. Or immortality, I suppose. When you discover the secrets of life and death, this allows you to then go about the world and do horrible things to other people in the world. Now, the types of people who want those powers are generally evil actors in the world already, right? And the secrets of life and death are acquired when they actively seek to learn that, and it is acquired from demons. Every single demonic faction that, or rather, every single goblin faction is run by a demon. In order for the demon to enter the world, they are given a slab. The slab contains the secrets of life and death, and every single goblin faction has one. So the books are not created after World Gen randomly. People seek out that knowledge, find the demons, either make a deal with them and sort of pseudo-join them, or steal the slabs, and then the information gained from the slabs is what creates the necromancers. And then the necromancers write copies of the books and spread them throughout the world, and it's kind of like a disease that spreads pretty quickly. All right, let's knock this thing down, shall we? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct this and then pull this lever. And carrying one once? Yeah, no, like random creatures will carry them. Pretty common. You're very, very confused. Yeah. I mean, Gila is the kind of monster I prefer to consume. Preferably in the format of King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, but... Gila! Anyway. What are we building today? Well, I'm trying to redirect this lava flow so that I don't have a big old lava puddle in the corner of the map, but aside from that, building up the fortress to be a stronghold for adventurers. What are you building today, Brosifer? All right, let's see if this works. I'm mostly convinced that it will. Who's coming to pull the lever? That's the question. This is also, by the way, why I'm doing this is because whenever the edge of this area like dries up, we have random arrivals walking in off the edge of the map and then immediately catching fire. which is just kind of beautiful. No, they vary, but there's like maybe a dozen different shapes for volcanoes. Chaos Painter. A lot of the world gen stuff hasn't really changed since like the late, like 2011, basically. And that's what the map rewrite is. That's going to happen piecemeal, is just rewriting all of the world gen stuff to be more varied and interesting. So we just need to wait for this dwarf to pull this, and then this should collapse, which should immediately put a hole into this, which it did. And hopefully there's no dwarves in there, which there isn't. That's good. So now all of this lava should just go this way. And ideally, this will flow into there primarily. And we can slowly direct it into there primarily. Meaning, hopefully, we can make this less awful for our health for a bit. Because this will just flow off the end of the map right there. And I can actually go into here and unforbid these. You love lava? I love lava except for when it kills my own dwarves. We're trying to just contain these eruptions more than anything. That's all it really is. This does seem to be helping. It's not a permanent solution, though. Should have dug this wider. Oh well. So another dwarf is going to show up there sooner rather than later. Lorband's been missing for a week. Hey. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go up top on this, and we're going to slowly... and zircon clusters. I'm going to slowly start dumping... Ooh, actually, this might work. If I make this as a pit pond, I wonder if that's an area that we could get lava. Bucket is full? Of what? Oh, did you get water? Did I dig this all the way down? I guess I did. Okay. Also, there's metal in here. Ooh. Got tetrahedrite in my well? We're going to have to go well diving soon to mine in my well. Well diving. All right, so this is my water source then. Means this should be my hospital. Don't worry. I just kind of by default do some weirdly advanced stuff. So don't feel too intimidated by it. Okay, I need to make more slabs. Work up to what I'm doing slowly. Just remember I've played this game for way too long. And if you just stare at... I feel like I've had to say this as an asterisk for a while now. It's just like, if you're looking at my gameplay and like comparing it to yours, maybe don't. Just because of the amount of time that I've played. It's not really a fair competition or contest. Okay, let's say fill pond. Get all of your interior design ideas from me. That's a new one. Which is also why it's fun to watch this game, in my opinion, because you constantly just get ideas from other people who've done things completely differently from you. Just a reminder, Beaver0. I also barely ever look at the YouTube chat. So if you're asking me questions, you're best off coming over to the Twitch chat, because I'm not necessarily going to respond to the YouTube chat. Dwarf Fortress in general you think can be somewhat intimidating but addictive. It's the learning glasses are glued to your face as you watch and learn. It's win-win. Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I learn stuff from Twitch chat all the time. this game, as much as I refuse to admit it. I didn't realize that buckets specifically took 10 units of water. For some reason I thought they took 7. Feels like a lot of water. Seems like a lot of water. I don't know. Huh. I mean, it is midwinter. No, I mean, it's cold. That makes sense in a very Dwarf Fortress logic kind of way. Hold on, what's gonna happen when they put another bucket on top of that? Which is a good thing I didn't try to pump water up there, because it would have all just gone and turned to ice immediately. Yep. Yeah, I mean we're also pretty far south, and the rivers were all freezing around the area. Also, Risen Razorjoy, that's a funny name. Huh. Just wanted to let you know, Beaver, because I saw that you kept on asking questions. It's like, I'm not really answering stuff in YouTube chat. Kind of makes sense in a Dwarf Fortress kind of way. Yeah, I just pour a bucket of water directly above lava, trying to turn it into obsidian, and it turns into a sheet of ice. It's like, yeah, okay. That makes sense. I get it. Anyway. I mean, lava expels heat, but heat only transfers horizontally and directly vertically, and this is one layer above. So if it was, yeah, if this was one layer lower, so yeah, no, it went. So this is now considered a full pond, I think. Yeah, because it's now a full block. Okay, well, sure, I suppose. I've got some memorials I need to make for the idiots that just walked in. Lore Bam and, Backcoast. Okay, I mean, that's interesting. I've never used Proton, so certainly not my knowledge base whatsoever, but I'm glad you've managed to find a way around crashing if that was the issue that you're trying to solve. Dumat, Boats Gang. We don't have boats in this game yet, so your last name's a lie. It's a Dwarven Bard. We'll take a Dwarven Bard. Also, Boats Gang is a good last name. It's like Boats Fan Club. Speaking of fan clubs, there is an ibex in my fort, and I don't like it. And my dwarves really need bedrooms. So I'm thinking we start doing bedrooms in this mess somewhere. It's just a matter of where. I kind of like the idea of putting a bunch of bedrooms in this thing and making it into, like, a vertical bedroom area. So maybe running bedrooms this way, or doing, like, some ramps from up here down a couple layers, down to the bedroom layer. Ooh, actually right here. Go ramp down. One over, ramp down. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, no, I don't blame you. I too am fed up with Windows, and we'll probably swap to Linux at some point, but the only thing that's keeping me around, and we've had this discussion a million times, so let's not have it again, is compatibility is still a little bit better, but we're very close to a situation where I can make the jump. I've made the jump in the past, so it's nothing new. I know what I'm in for. But it's very much one of those things where it's like, yep, gotta take it slow. That's all I have to say to the I use Arch, by the way, Fraga. That was my response, if you missed it. Yes, I don't care. Good for you. I'm very proud of you. Anyways. Only begins if you let it. Turns out bored indifference is a very good way to make a lot of things end. Not all memes are appreciated all of the time. On Steam Deck? Chat, who here has played Dwarf Fortress on Steam Deck? Press 1. Both chats. There is no blueprinting in Dwarf Fortress. There is the planning menu, which isn't blueprinting. You don't have a Twitch login and you're at work, so you'll have to ask later? Gotcha. If you have Discord, Discord's a pretty good place to ask questions. Because I have a room called DF Questions, which is pretty effective for answering DF-related questions. What does Tarn think about DF Hack? I think he thanks the DF Hack folks very, very heavily for continuing to help with the development of the game externally. I mean, I have a question. Why does everybody want to know Tarn's favorite mod, Tarn's favorite tile set, and what Tarn thinks about external pieces of software? They're pretty public about all of the fan art and stuff is very flattering to them, right? Like, it's essentially people showing their dedication / interest in the project. But asking for favorites or like opinions on is either 1, seeking controversy, or 2, asking a creator to state that they have favorites. Which is generally kind of mean to the creator. You know, that's a question that he might actually answer, Caveman, if you ask him during the next time he's on my stream. Because we've gotten pizza opinions, we've gotten grilled cheese opinions. I'm sure you could probably get favorite milkshake. Parasocial familiarity. Actually, that's a really good answer, right? It's just like why everybody wants to know about what I think about insert random video game here. What was the name of that dwarf? Excuse me? Or person? Oh, S-C-H-E. Jesus. Oh, it's this person. Human Bard. No, thank you. Begone, Bard. You bet Tarn builds a mean burger? Mean as in it bites back? Because that's how I imagine that. I'm really curious to know what's going to happen to these blocks when warm weather comes around. Like, it's going to be interesting. And then also, let's go right here. I'm going to go 1 over the edge on this side. And here's hoping this whole thing just plugs the water when winter ends. No, that's fair. I mean, asking me for my opinion or for game recommendations is one thing, but it's the game that you know that I've probably played a lot of that I haven't played in a long time, and the question is always either, why do you hate insert video game name here, or why don't you play insert video game name here, right? Like, people asking me, what do I think of Factorio endlessly? It's like, well, I don't like that type of game. Oh shit, it sort of worked. Huh. What? Oh. So we're in late winter. I guess the wall piece is thawed? Because I have obsidian down here now? Well, that's useful. You're never in the mood to be that micromanaging. Good to know. So yeah, I'm going to need to layer this up, an extra wall layer. So what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to dig through here and see if I can get... Well, actually, let's just go here. And do this. Flash this. Nope, can't quite. Don't do that. See if I can just build walls along this thing. I mean, that's a pretty good game. This is how you found Caves of Kite. Caves of Kite is a wonderful video game. You're too scatterbrained to keep up with late game Factorio. You know, my issue with Factorio is I really like the first 40 minutes of gameplay of Factorio, but everything beyond that point is so obnoxiously so obnoxiously overcomplicated that I just don't want to do it anymore, and it feels like work. It's like Factorio is the #1 example of video games that feel like work to me. Although one of my moderators, Audio Coaster, who isn't super active in the stream these days, but still subs and comes by occasionally. Audio Coaster, his literal full-time job is he is an automation specialist for airports. So he designs their conveyor belt systems for, like, you know, clothing and stuff and people's luggage. So he literally plays Factorio for a living. And every now and again, people ask him to play Factorio. He was like, I already do that for my job, guys. Actually, hold on a second. Okay, that's empty. That's good. I've tried shapes. I don't like conveyor belt games. They're all awful, and I never want to play any of them. I will just give you the blanket statement. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. If it has conveyor belts in it and requires me to do, like, this or that with X number of outputs, sorry, done. Don't want to play it. No fun. No interest. Doesn't matter how complicated or not complicated it is. And Dyson Sphere's program makes me absurdly motion sick. Satisfactory, I played it a bunch when it first launched. I thought that making trampoline pads was entertaining while everybody else did all the work for me. But actually playing that video game, pretty awful. Yeah, that's how I feel about all those video games. It's not a niche that scratches good part of my brain. It's a niche that scratches all bad part of my brain. I would rather stop playing video games and quit streaming. Mind. This is the road that you are making me go down. I will give you the ultimate threat so that you shut the fuck up. No, I will never stream Factorio. Go watch somebody else, please, if you want that shit. Stop asking me to play it. And I will play games that I enjoy instead. Like, you know, on Friday, when we will be playing some Manor Lords, which hopefully I'll enjoy. Stop making blind threaten to change careers so that you shut up. It's like, how about I just play the games I enjoy? And stop asking me to play games you enjoy. You're more than welcome to go play games you enjoy, though. If it was a joke, you wouldn't. If it was a joke, it would have had to be funny. So, I'm sorry, but there was no joke there. Caveman Doc, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. That is hysterical, on the other hand. I hope Manor Lords is good. Manor Lords feels a little bit like Stronghold to me, and that makes me very happy. So I would like to play more of that. But I'm going to wait until it's in early access and you guys can try it too, instead of me having to answer basic questions about everything. Yeah, it's almost like you have taste that overlaps both of these people, and that's okay. I probably also like types of video games that some of you guys hate, right? I really have this guilty pleasure of downloading and playing arcadey racing games, which is why I bought Need for Speed Heat for $1.50 or $2 or whatever it was. Terrible waste of money, but very fun. Call of Duty, you know, fun fact, I've played Modern Warfare 2 on my friend's Xbox in 2009 or something. No, 2010. Yes, because it was the year of the Olympics. We played Spec Ops, and it was fun for an afternoon. And I've played Call of Duty World at War at that same friend's house, and this dwarf still has the zoomies. Curious about something. I don't think that worked. Nope. Anyway, that is the extent of my Call of Duty experience. Is I have played both of those games once. Actually, I think we played Call of Duty more than Modern Warfare 2 more than once, but yeah. Also, thanks for the first notification of money in an hour, by the way, Caveman. Appreciate you, man. Changed my mind. All console first shooters of that era were very, 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 very poor examples of the genre versus everything that was available on PC at the time. So in my opinion, those games were fine because I played them with friends, but not actually that good. That's my take on that era of Call of Duty. Dwarves are still walking onto the map and burning up immediately. Like...
Turns out, adventure mode is incredibly hyped. After cutting my teeth by getting a loon man's lungs melted, my Lord Necromancer Urist has a rock head and hydra neck on pedestals in his stolen mead hall.
Ah.
Thanks again for turning me on to my new favorite game ever.
Happy to help. Claiborne, thank you very much for the 17th month. Welcome back, man. Appreciate you. No, absolutely. I mean, like that's Call of Duty. That's Left 4 Dead for me. Like, to me, Left 4 Dead isn't a very good game, but I have so many fond memories of playing Left 4 Dead with some friends that, like, it outweighs the fact that the games had problems, right? Like, are they the best games ever made? No. But, like, do I have very fond memories of playing them? Absolutely. Certainly. And that is most definitely how I feel about Call of Duty. It's like a party game thing, almost. Trying to just dam this lava off, because my initial plan didn't really work. A better horde shooter than Left 4 Dead? You know, honestly, the reason I think I haven't played a better horde shooter than Left 4 Dead is because they all overcomplicate it too much. Like, Back 4 Blood was, like, an attempt, but they overcomplicated it, and in a lot of ways, the areas where the game was overcomplicated took away from the experience, and the ways where the game was less complicated also compromised the experience. Like, the physics in Left 4 Dead 2 are more exciting, and, like, the flail physics and the way the zombies behave when they're shot is more entertaining in Left 4 Dead than it is in Back 4 Blood. Yeah, and then they try to overcomplicate things. I feel the same way about a lot of modern shooters, too. Just in general. It's like, oh, I just want to go into deathmatch and shoot people. I don't want to worry about having to level up to get stuff. Like, that takes away from the experience for me, but it adds to it for a lot of people. So I think for me, that just is a sign that I'm old. I wouldn't say that Call of Duty multiplayer engages my brain, but if you feel that way, then I'm glad it gets your brain going in that way. Honestly, if I were to go play a shooter these days, it would probably be like Hell Let Loose or something. Like, it wouldn't even be that. It'd be a much more slow-paced, like, coordination-based game. Since this version released? No. Not that I haven't seen any screenshots anyway. I'm sure somebody has. Chat, has anybody become a werebeast in adventure mode yet? I've been a vampire. Not a werebeast, though. Okay, so I will need to wall all of this off. That can go away. Only in real life? Well, okay, there you go. I mean, you know the... Wait. You mean Space Hulk Deathwing? You knew who was making that, right? It was Seum Studio. Because literally every game that they make is a disappointment. Okay. I'm not sure how I'm still getting ice here. Okay, so look at this for a second, chat. This keeps melting. And then disappearing. So when this is 1 deep, let's move forward by 1 turn. That's water. When it's not, it becomes ice again. I don't know what 1984 Fallout means in this discussion, so I don't know if I could tell you where we are at in regards to what. At least we have this down here. What is the game? Log game going? What is the log going to be like? You're going to have to explain that to me in a different manner. Why is this? Oh, hey, cave adaptation. Chat room, cave adaptation works. They did, in fact, fix cave adaptation. Sentient potato is vomiting. Awesome. All right, well, where's the fort door here? It's right here. Oh, the logo, I have no idea what it's going to look like. And when I know, I will tell you, but... Vampires being blue was fixed like 4 patches ago. I say that because there's been 3 patches since it went into beta, so it was the patch before that, which was fixed back in... This is why sometimes I wonder why I even bother making DF News videos, because, like, it doesn't matter how many of these I make. Not everybody watches them. When was it? January? No, not that. March, but it went into beta branch in January is when they fixed vampires. They also fixed trolls, so goblin factions spawn correctly now. You only catch some of them? Well, this is a you problem, not a me problem. Someone just needs to be more dedicated to the quality of my content and the consumption of my content. I can't fix you, only you can fix this problem. I mean, or you could just, like, pay attention to when I post videos. You don't have to dedicate all of your faith in the algorithm to serving you content that you may or may not want to watch. If you want to watch the stuff I do, just look at the YouTube channel occasionally. You have to have skills in reading, and you have to start with skills in reading. If you don't start with skills in reading, you can never read. And then you right-click on the book and click read. So pro tip, always start with some points in reading. Otherwise, you will never learn to read. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this. Let's make generic rock blocks. Go to the jobs screen. Sure, I'll just cancel all these. That's fine. Let's cancel the cut gems job. Working on those. Working on that. We can just leave those running. Sweet. Otherwise, you'd have to leave an adventurer in fort mode for a little bit with a library so that they can read a little bit and then reclaim them afterwards. Would be what you'd have to do. So you'd have to build a fortress with a library, put a few books in it, leave the adventurer there, let them read a book or 3, retire the fort, reclaim the adventurer, and then you could read. You can do them here, but on my Discord there's an adventure mode room, which is kind of becoming that. The Wings of Forever. Probably a group of poets. There's Plump Helmet Min. Ah, shucks. Yeah, it's just a bunch of poets. But we'll be streaming adventure mode tomorrow. Today today I'm just focusing on building up this fort a little bit. When we stream tomorrow, it'll be adventure mode. For anybody wondering what we're doing, I am making a skylight. We need a skylight so that my dwarves stop vomiting when they go outside. So I'm putting a skylight above this. There's going to be a lot of vomit right here for a little bit, which is going to be unfortunate. Yes, you can, in fact, write a book in adventure mode, but the menu needs to be there, and it's not currently there because it's under the basically the crafting screen, and you need to find unwritten quires or unwritten scrolls. That also quench your thirst. I don't think they quench your thirst, but I could be wrong. Water quenches your thirst. And alcohol sometimes quenches your thirst and also can give you alcohol poisoning. And if you're too small, you're like gonna just die immediately if you drink alcohol. It's like a hamster man the size of like a thimble drink, like just chugs an alcoholic beverage the size of their head, and they're like, that what? Bleh, dead. No, you can write in Fortress mode too, but in Fortress mode, there's 2 things that can happen. Scholars copy books, which can happen, and, scribes copy books if you have book materials to be written and books available for them to read. Scholars write books, but only about subjects that haven't been discovered yet. So if you get a scholar that has a new discovery, then they will write books. Why are they vomiting? So in the beta branch right now, this is going to be something, I should just make a video about this. In the beta branch right now, there is a fix. And it's underneath other changes, which I think is really funny because it's kind of a huge deal, which is this, fixed cave adaptation. Cave adaptation is a disease that dwarves contract slowly when they are left inside for a very long time. And by inside, I mean about 6 months. So if they do not see the sun for 6 months, a little hidden meter fills up. And then when they run outside, they get nauseous and start puking. And vomiting everywhere. And dizzy. This basically means that if your military is training inside and then runs outside, they're going to be horrible and die immediately. What? Well, Oh my lord. So, Cavern Layer 3, which is right above Cavern Layer 2, is a big lake. Something burnt down, which caved in, which caused this entire corner of it to immediately spill down into this layer. Through here. So, this is now all falling into the magma sea directly. No, this isn't free obsidian, mate. This is infinite collapsing. Unless it starts to make a... Okay, now it's gonna stop. Lag? Only like 8 frames. It'll clear up. This isn't gonna stick around for too long. That's incredible. I love the... Chat room, I know that some people think that volcanoes erupting is a bug to be fixed. No. No, it's the greatest bug. It's literally the best thing wrong with this game, and they should never fix it. It is so good. This whole thing's gonna fill up with lava. Or with water. That's fantastic. Although it's also probably gonna bubble up this way and flood this whole side too. That's fantastic. I love it. It's also gonna run off the edge there forever. Huh. I don't know. Ask the people who make Ryzen chips. Anyway, some migrants arrived on a side of the map that doesn't make them turn into, like, charcoal, which is nice. And apparently I have a ghost floating around, so let's deal with that. A slightly related, but slightly unrelated. I think dwarf redemptions are up. You might want to check, chat. I have a lore bam to memorialize as well. Apparently I have to read this stuff again. Wrong Discord. I was like, where'd that room go? Oh, wrong Discord. Duh. Go random the ingredients for biscuits make me very gassy. Sassy and also classy because classically trained lassies from Tallahassee need... All caught up. Volcanoes should just randomly change their required layer. Like, what I've been saying for a very long time is every now and again, volcanoes should just be one layer higher or one layer lower. Like, you should just have periodic eruptions for a bit. It should just happen. It should just happen. Because it's so good. Everything about this is wonderful. Okay, let me just go around here and get rid of a couple of these. Because they're clearly using the wrong ones. I need water poured there. Right now. And we're also up to 35 dwarves now, which is nice. But yeah, if you want to know what specs I have, exclamation point specs in the Twitch chat. I mean, my big problem with volcano forts right now is that they're way too easy. Like, you start on a volcano fort, it's basically just like full permission to do the silliest projects right off the bat, right? It's like, it's literally playing this game on easy mode to a degree. I really, really wish that playing in fortress mode like this on a volcano had some negative. Because right now, playing on a volcano has almost no negatives. It's almost entirely positives. Which is great to a degree, don't get me wrong. I like the positives. The positives are awesome. But I wish that there was more negatives. Okay, so this isn't bubbling up a layer higher, which is good. So I just need to get water in here. Basically. Certainly. But I think it should be a thing that I can turn on and off. You know what I mean? Mind? Like, I want to be able to enable and disable volcanic eruptions. Yeah, but you don't need steel. Yeah, but you can make charcoal out of wood, right? So you don't actually need coal. I'm not saying that you're arguing. I'm just throwing in my 5 cents. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically try and block this off with more obsidian, essentially. Let's go up here. Just make sure I have all these turned off that I don't need. So, pit pond, right there. Pit pond, right there. Pit pond, right there. And lastly, pit pond, right there. This should hopefully finalize this spot. And also, just out of my own nerves, I'm going to build a ramp right here. And then go along the top here and wall all of this off. Also going to mine that out once it's available. I think what it is there is a lot of mechanics in Dwarf Fortress that are like 40% done, and volcanoes very much feel like one of those features. So here's hoping it doesn't continue to go up once we're done building this. Lorbam's been put to rest. We also have enough extra hands in the fort now that things are getting done much quicker, which is nice. So that should get done pretty quickly. Let's just get some more miners made. So I know I have more picks. I used advanced world gens, so 6,000, I think? 5 or 6,000. Basically the equivalent of rare. I don't like playing with super common minerals. It kind of ruins the game for me to a degree. Well, it doesn't ruin the game, but it takes away from the excitement of finding materials. I love being able to, holy shit, I found a deposit of, you know, that kind of thing. And I feel like I lose almost all of that if I play with the default settings. One of the changes that I kind of disagree with the most about Premium is that the default material scarcity is everywhere. That kind of bothers me because it gives you absolutely no reason to like participate in a lot of the acquiring of gear, which is some of the most fun you can get out of scarcity in Dwarf Fortress. So then it's going to start bubbling out one layer below, and we're just going to keep dumping. Because right now it's flowing down this way, so one's going to land there pretty soon. Set that to a pit so that they stop filling it. We'll reset it to pond once it's done. There you go, you got that done. So we're all the way up to here now. And then we're going to go along this one as well. Just keep leveling it up. Because, like, right now I could be spending time making armor and, like, defending the volcano, but I will be, and preparing to defend the volcano and making bedrooms. But, like, right now I am getting more entertainment out of simply damming this volcano and, like, completely ignoring the fact that I have no bedrooms. I have, like, 2. Where I'd only gear your dwarves with things left behind by invaders. You need to have, like, a destroyed fort that you go out to avenge if you're going to do something like that, because that would be super cool. Carpenter has been missing for a week. Oh, that's fun. Okay, well, that's done. Now it's literally just this one left. Because I need all of these to turn into obsidian. Well, that didn't. Uh-oh. Well, it is going to keep moving up, so I do need to keep leveling this up then. I wonder how much taller I'm going to have to make this. Because it's still filling. Look at that. Look at how high that's gushing. Holy shit, man. Long live Goblin. I wonder how that video is doing. I haven't looked since I initially uploaded it. No, hey, it's not doing terrible. Let's play like that. I really hope people get stuff out of that part 1, because it like that video took me 2.5 hours to make. It was like an hour and 10 minutes of total recording time and another hour of editing. I was up until 11 o'clock making that video last night. And I've got notes for part 2, but still need to start it. Hey, you keep. Uh-oh. Sorry, had to ban a thing. What kind of dwarf would you like? Oops, I was tabbed out. There we go. Like, why the hotkey no work after I press it twice? It's because it's the spammer person. This is an interesting email I just got from Twitch. Blind IRL. We found some long-standing recurring subscribers of your channel did not renew correctly in March and April, and we worked out with our payment processor to resolve this problem. To make it right, we are issuing a one-time payment to reflect the value of 1 month subscriptions canceled. This will be included as part of your next payout. What? We recognize this is inconvenient, and we apologize for frustration it caused. I didn't even notice. This is also a disappointing experience for your affected subscribers. If they resubscribe by May 6th, okay, we'll also be able to restore their streak. We'll add 1 month to their streak to correct for a lost month. Huh. Did anybody randomly get unsubscribed from me? I don't know. I just assume people unsub sometimes. That's interesting. Dastot? Dastot is lady. If no beard is lady. Here, let me scroll through the things. I just saw that email and was like, what? A gem cutter. Mabsith. You keep. Has a strong sense of duty, although he finds this to conflict with his sense of independence. He does not go out of his way to help others and is often feels discouraged and acts with compassion. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and enjoys the company of others. And there's a bunch of donkeys in my tavern. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he enjoys the company of others, and he has an active imagination. He winks when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally treasures independence, values cunning, and does not really value skills related to fighting. He likes bronze and pink garnet and green glass and cougar eel bone and alpaca wool. The color of azure, the stars, the words of the diamonds of depth, and the sound of the silky embrace, and the sight of the couple of bewildering and impossible, prefers to consume kiwi, shad, and rice beer, and absolutely hates flies. Welcome to the fort. Why did I close that? You don't have any family, but you do have some passing acquaintances. You're a member of the Lined Coven. And apparently Tekid the Carpenter's been missing for a week, who I should probably memorialize. It's your soulmate, mate? There you go. You okay there, Citizen 4? God, this lava bubbling up is kind of awesome, but also very intimidating. Possibilities to heal a character in adventure mode. No. If you get a permanent injury, it is permanent. You get to deal with that mistake for the rest of your adventuring career. Kind of sucks, but as they say, it is what it is. You can get rid of it by becoming a werebeast. Yeah, I would say that's trading one problem for a completely different kind of problem, but sure. It's like solving a problem with a different kind of problem. So once I'm finished plugging this, the problem that's going to happen is it's going to immediately fill to the top. Oh, interesting. A priest for the Lined Coven. Is that new wording? The Lined Coven has many worshippers in Dragonspike and now requires a temple and a priest. Well, since I do have a good number of dwarves in the fort now, I'm going to start queuing up some bedrooms. Shoutouts to the dwarves who get to live in the kitchens. Does anybody remember the patch where cave adaptation was accidentally activated at maximum by default when you first embarked? So you would start a fort and then immediately all of your starting 7 would projectile vomit? Right as you arrived, and it was horrible for moods and like borderline unplayable, but also kind of hysterical in a very funny way. You remember it, but not the patch. Got it. Basically, choose your battles wisely because punishments in adventure mode are often permanent. It is the way the mode works currently. There will be changes to it at some point that will change how that functions. But at least for the time being, that is the way the game works. It just is that way. Okay, let's keep checking out here. Okay, I need to make more buckets. Wooden buckets. I'll make 10 of them. And I need to make a tavern. Or not tavern, a temple, as they've said. I think the Lined Coven can have a temple right here. I wonder what god they worship. It's gonna be interesting. Do I play with aquifers? I don't have any rules about playing without them, but this map doesn't have them. I enjoy playing on aquifers and have absolutely no issues with playing on aquifers. if that's what you're asking. I don't understand why people would have a rule of playing without them. I'm also going to do this on lower priority, but this is going to become our hospital eventually right here. There's a lot of, like, weirdness in parts of the Dwarf Fortress community where they have rules of, like, oh, I will never do this, or I will never play on this biome, or I will never play on an aquifer, or that kind of thing. I don't understand that, really, and I don't really understand that kind of playstyle gripe, and I do think that aquifers are great, and I like playing on them. When your character retches, stop drinking so much alcohol. Quit giving yourself alcohol poisoning is what you can do. Or, like, don't get punched in the gut so many times. You're retching because you've taken damage, right? So take less damage. After combat, well, you're vomiting because you've had injuries, right? So you're bruised. You need to sleep and wait, right? Or you have a permanent infection that needs to be dealt with. But he's thirsty. But alcohol poisoning. You need to remember that dwarves in Fortress mode drink like once every 3 weeks. Okay, right here, I really need to go up to the top here. This needs to get finished. Oh, wow, I really screwed this up. So up at the top of this, I'm just going to put flooring over all this. And then this will count as sun-filled tiles. Although I will forbid these two right here. How do you cure hangovers? Drink less alcohol, actually. Although the alcohol poisoning thing is a thing that you can actually blame Putnam for. Because she fixed how poisons worked in Fortress mode. Which, coincidentally, screwed up how poisons work in Adventure mode. So, fixing something in Fortress mode broke it in Adventure mode, basically. So currently, alcohol poisoning is way too effective when it shouldn't be. Which I think is hysterical, by the way. So this may need... Oh, this is kind of hard to look at. Another layer going this way. Yep, we will in fact, because it's bubbling up high enough. Man, this is brutal. Let's try and just do these one at a time. You're gonna go make rock blocks. Nobody's filling pond. Okay, so the one that I told them to fill, they just don't like, or something. I've tried already, so I'll play it right here. I think the problem is there are some things that are really difficult to tutorialize, and I'm slowly working on guides as I figure out how to tutorialize them. But what to look out for in combat. Don't fucking play a hamster man or a very fragile animal person. A lot of that stuff is very much just stuff that you learn with experience, right? No, you can't fight something if you put all of your points into spearman. I can say that in 5 different tutorials, and I already have. But it's not going to make people listen, right? What to look out for in combat? Don't fight anything that's bigger than you. What is bigger than you? I don't know what you're playing as. You could be playing as a necromancer creature that's tiny. You could be playing as a human. You could be playing as a dwarf, goblin, a whatever. A lot of this is stuff that I will try to tutorialize, and I am currently and will continue to. But you gotta keep in mind, I can't fix you preemptively making bad decisions in-game. And some of that stuff is just stuff that you will learn with experience while playing, right? So it's like the Caves of Cud rule. If you've never seen it before, run away. And with time, you'll learn. Wrestle random hermit crabs and chickens on the side of the road, right? Like, I'm working on that brand new, like, adventure mode Let's Play, right? That's probably the best place, but it's very much a lot of this stuff's gonna be learned by doing. I can give you tools. It's up to you to use those tools intelligently. And it doesn't matter how many times I say, you are weak and fragile, people won't believe me and then ask me why they died to an Etten. It's like, well, you fought an Etten. That's why you died to an Etten. Yeah, no, totally. And I can't tutorialize you out of bad decisions. I can make videos that will give you tips and put you in the right direction, hopefully. And that is generally my goal. And I think I'm doing an okay job of that so far. I personally feel that my Fortress mode tutorials are better than my Adventure mode tutorials because I'm better at Adventure mode than, or I'm better at Fortress mode than Adventure mode. But that being said, like, hopefully you can get as much out of it as possible. All right, let's go here and there. This is going to be that temple, so let's cue this up so I don't forget it. The Lined Coven. Also, people really like to correct the way I say Coven. I know how to correctly say it. You can stop correcting me, it's fine. It's not going to change the way I speak. They're like, rhymes with oven. I'm like, rhymes with my dick. Let me talk. Jeesh. It's the god of boundaries. Right, okay, we've ran into this one in adventure mode a bunch. Praise boundaries. They must respect their borders. You know, I wonder what that cavern layer looks like right now that was infinitely caving in that dumped, you know, a bunch of lava into the magma sea. I'm kind of curious. Wow, okay. So it's still just, it's just doing this, I suppose. The power of fire and water, I suppose. Damn, dude. The feature is just not implemented, Nivik. My advice to you is go look at the Bay12 Games website, look at Tarn's blog, and look at his list of everything that hasn't been implemented. Nothing new has been re-implemented yet, right? So is there a way to make memory work? No, because that entire functionality isn't in the game right now. Absolutely. Like, look at the combat tutorial I put out. It's literally, well, I mean, you can play with parties, which can give you, like, XCOM type vibes, but it's less XCOM and more VATS. It's sort of like if you were, it's sort of like if you were playing Battle Brothers, but VATS is kind of like what running around with a party in adventure mode is. Right down to, like, I'm going to tell this dwarf to try and grab the armor off of this dude. and then get this dwarf to trip this guy so that this goblin can then grab his shield. Then when the goblin grabs his shield, we're then all gonna pounce on him and rip his necklace off, and then kick him in the head and run away because that was the artifact we were told to steal. You know, like that's adventure mode combat. Okay, so I'm just gonna do this real quick and go, Eurist, you can have a bedroom.
How's
MMO
it
Junkie,
going?
you can have a bedroom.
I can only stop by shortly. Hope
You do,
you're
you can
having
have a bedroom.
Good day, blind in chat.
Looking for upset dwarves that need bedrooms. Bolted Thrower, thank you very much for the 49th month. Good lord, that's a long time, man. Thank you so much for continuing to support the stream. You know, just hanging out. It means a lot. It really does. Even though you're not here as much as you used to be, it still means a lot, man. The dragons are now well trained. I'm just leaving them in there until they're like as well trained as they possibly can be. This really has been the ultimate game for you so far. Hell yeah. I mean, talking to Putnam when she first got like the gig working for Bay 12 was really interesting because it was like apparently she kept on considering making her own games and then just coming back to modding Dwarf Fortress because Dwarf Fortress already did the things she wanted to do but better. Which is one of the... I like that games like this exist. Basically. Aluminium instead of aluminum? You know, when it comes to aluminum and aluminum, I frequently just alternate and swap back and forth because I know everybody will always say that I'm wrong. It's the same like the way I say the word sword. I know it's sword, okay? I'm aware. But I will continue saying sword for all eternity because a guy I listened to on a podcast once said that, and I thought it was funny. So for all eternity, I will say sword, and there will always be somebody in my YouTube comments for, like, not that often, but maybe like once every 6 months who's like, why does he say sword like that? It's like, so that you respond. Engagement, motherfucker. S-word, yes. It's just like it's not GIF, it's not GIF, it's jife. All of these words are nonsense, none of them mean anything, so I will say one that's made up as well. There is a wabbit in my fort. Bunny. Okay. Well, it's set for slaughter, so somebody please get to it already. Sure, Soul Prayer. What's up, Ain't Dimensionally? Iron? Yes. Norm MacDonald, you were taken from us too young. Keep laughing. Madman. We control words? Yeah. But at the end of the day, there will always be some words that shouldn't be said. But I think incorrectly stating a word shouldn't elicit anger. Let's just, you know, one thing I do really like made out of obsidian is doors. I think obsidian doors are awesome looking. Just gotta say, I think that they are awesome looking. Same with obsidian rock pots. Also awesome looking. I mean, that would make me angry because when you say GIF, I think of furries fucking and not an animated image, but you know, like that just, I mean, it wouldn't make me mad, but it would make me think you're a specific kind of person, which may or may not be right, Queen. Which may or may not be. So it might be me making an unfair assumption about you based on your choice of word usage. You think of what? Furries fucking. Yiff. Y-I-F-F. Let's do rock altars. That's exactly why. Well, I mean, then live your life, I suppose. See, Jife, at the very least, is using the correct letters. Unless you say it with a thick lisp and pretend that's absolutely not what you meant. And then you just get mad at them for stating that, for making fun of your lisp. That you definitely don't have. Deep 2000s internet lore? What, Yiff? That's not deep 2000s, mate. That's current era. Caveman, thanks for chucking out a gift to Queen. And enjoy your ad-free viewing for this nonsense. So somebody commented on one of my videos from this morning and said, I'm surprised to see that individual trees can be picked indefinitely. Same with ground plants. They say that definitely seems unbalanced. And I'm like, unbalanced? That's a weird way of spelling Dwarf Fortress. Because as if this game has any balance. Is a nice way to survive? Certainly, yes. And also steal food without repercussions is also a nice way to survive. You know, honestly, my favorite addition to this, Fortress mode, is just being able to tell when dwarves are lying down. Now we just need to figure out a way to replace these little down arrows with a dwarf lying sideways and sleeping. With a sleeping animation. Like they curl up into little cat balls. Oh shit! More migrants. I wonder. Oh, well, I got a ghost. That cost. Rackman. Yeah, no slabs. Got it. Gotta sort that. Okay, so once I get... Good lord. Once I get this whole thing finished up here, then hopefully that'll help deal with our cave adaptation. I can't wait for all of the comments and questions about why are my dwarves puking? Which is going to happen as soon as this stuff goes into the main branch. I don't think so, Sword Death. I don't think indefinitely picking fruits would ruin the balance of adventure mode. If you pick, let's just say, 1,000 cherries and put them into your backpack, the person playing right now might be, man, this is unbalanced, when in reality you die in one hit because you're so over encumbered, right? Cave adaptation was added back this morning into the beta branch, yeah, Sage. Which is why there's puke up here, which is also why I'm building a skylight and flooring it over. I also find that two things that I've noticed so far, although I'm partially taking this from other people's anecdotes. One, people are seeing way less zombies and undead randomly visiting taverns. Two, I'm getting way more interesting visitors that are not just dwarves and humans and goblins that are sharing way more tales. So we're getting a lot more rumors spread, meaning I'm starting to think that it's possible that they may have fixed randomly migrating necromancers. Don't worry about it too much. Just say that they're dwarf units and treat them like kilograms or pounds or whichever one you don't understand. Just pretend it's just a slightly different unit of measurement. This person looks almost like that meme person with the hair going kind of crazy. Human merchant, hey? Humans here to trade? Or do I just have a random human merchant? You're literally a member of the lighthouse. Good name. Let's just turn all of these back on. Just let them run. What? Just for the new sprites? You don't need to. Well, wait. Unless you're talking about necromancer creations, literally just go to the beta branch and play your fort, and you'll have the new sprite. You'll have the new face sprites. Like, just automatically. Yeah, okay, I need to make this go higher. So you know how earlier somebody was asking, why don't you just, like, make a big pump? I think I need to do that. I didn't want to just make a pump, but chat, I'm going to make a water pump to pump over top of this because this is just going to keep erupting. This is just going to keep erupting. Stop hitting that button, Greg. Let's just go like right here. So we're going to need 2 sets of pumps. Is what we're going to need. It's also a good thing I haven't been attacked yet because there's like 3 very easy ways into my fort right now. Okay, let's just erase the extra ones above this. Although we could just go to like right there and erase all these. Okay. This is just going to be for water pumping too, so it's not even going to be that dangerous. Although, actually, kind of annoying. Let's do it this way. Okay. We're going to go down to there. Go down one further here. All right. There we go. That'll be fine. Ventures attract trouble? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. They absolutely attract trouble. Okay, so you, right here. Oopsies. Nope, not there. I can just stay this way. That's kind of screwed up. Whoops, too far. Pump up the water. Less jam. I don't see any marmalade in here. Although, isn't marmalade technically not jam? But we definitely will be pumping up the volume of water. How's that? All right, there we go. I am going to go get a drink of water. I will be right back. Right as the thing pops. Perfect timing. Also, 2 seconds, chat. I'm going to go move the tomatoes over to the other patio. I will be back in a minute or two. Trash Mac, thank you very much for the raid. I greatly appreciate you. I have tomatoes that need to be transferred. Mods, if you happen to be around, can I get a shout out for Trash Mac? Otherwise, I'll do that when I get back. And chat room, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Please go give Trash Mac a follow. I'm going to go move tomatoes to a different patio. BRB. Okay. Oh, hey, shit. Our first Fey Mood. Neat. Sorry, I just did a 200-yard dash back and forth with, like, full, heavy containers of stuff. And it's a miner? No, it's not. It's a performer. Yeah, strange mood. Nil. This is the dad with the 3 kids. Zips off and grabs some hematite. Okay, it's a stone worker shop and some highwood logs. And he's working furiously. Well, that was quick. Nice, you'll love to see it. Okay, so we also have all of this stuff that's ready to go on this. So while the dwarves are starting to dig, I'm going to polish up all this. I'm going to put another door on this. How do you punish a child who's beating up every dwarf? Be a better parent and remember that children can't do any prison sentences. You could expel the parents, which would remove the whole family from the fortress, but there is no way to give prison sentences to children. So I would recommend maybe don't make your children haul bodies. Turn chores off is the easiest solution, yeah, because if you go to here and hit Y on the keyboard and go to standing orders and go to chores, you'll notice that children have chores, right? If you have a child who's particularly annoyed all the time, click this button. Remove them from chores, or at the very least, remove burial, cleaning, and refuse hauling from kids. Is generally your best course of action. And also, I don't know if this was done, so I'm going to do it now. Yes, it was done. Sweet. Trash Mac did get a shout out. I mean, I'm not going to say that that is a solution. Like, yeah, you could kill them, but that isn't a solution to your problem. That's actually just a very effective way of creating brand new problems that didn't exist before. As in, now instead of having a pissed off child, you have a pissed off parent. The key is to teach the player how to avoid the problem in the first place, so if they choose to be a terrible fortress overseer and intentionally vilify and murder their children, they're doing it intentionally instead of happenstance accidentally stumbling backwards into it. Because one of those allows for fun gameplay, and the other one is a unfortunate side effect of crappy parenting. What's your favorite thing about crafting bench in Dwarf Fortress? It can make rock pots. Would be my favorite thing about it. Somebody apparently thought that they were permitted to bring a cavey here. Well, that's unfortunate. You know what's hysterical, Jesse? I could not disagree with that statement more. Children are the most important / best portions of your entire fortress because they can be trained using guild halls, and you can have talented to high level like crafts dwarves / weaponsmiths before they hit adulthood. So I would state that the children in a dwarven fortress are 1, the most valuable members of the fortress, 2, the most potentially useful future members of a faction. If you play multiple forts in a faction, they migrate from one fort to the other. They're also generally, assuming you don't destroy them mentally as children, tougher than dwarves that didn't grow up in your fortress. Yes, my group is called the Strong Balls. What of it? Nil, the performer, has created Vomsharmudil, a Daysite scepter, and offers it to the Strong Balls. Naturally, I wouldn't expect anything else. So I'm going to go over to here, and I'm going to be sad that I don't have anywhere to put it on pedestal. Well, that sucks. We'll make a pedestal then and put it there. And also check... Okay, they're probably working on that. Yes, there we go. Getting rid of that ghost. Kids are your most reliable haulers. Think about it this way. Just 3 years ago, children in Dwarf Fortress did nothing, but sometimes hang out in guild halls, if you were lucky, and stand around and do nothing. Now, at the very least, they do chores. Chores are a new feature, a recent feature. So you saying that they're not very useful, ATM, is hysterical to me because they are literally more useful right now than they've ever been in the entire game's history. And oh my fuck. Okay, hold on. Yeah, and you don't really want them burying people, no. Well, burying people actually isn't that bad. The issue is them running into the refuse stockpiles to go get the bodies. How's the digging going? All right, that's what I need to do. Need to go all the way up here. Okay, I don't have that much time. How many logs do I have? Barely any. How many trees are down here? Barely any, probably. Yeah, literally none. All right, well, we have to run into the caverns. It's about time someone says something appropriate about ChatGPT. But yeah, I know a number of people who have said over the years that they use Dwarf Fortress as a means of assisting D&D roleplay and such. Is this still the Dragon Fortress? So, Rosifer, humor me here for a second. It's called Dragonspike. It was called Dragonspike when I made it. You probably can see the title. It's up there for the fort name. And nothing has changed about the location or the place. Why wouldn't it be? Like, in what situation would it no longer be the Dragon Fortress? Like, it's literally nothing has changed. I'm confused. Very confused. You're hearing what now exactly? Oh my fuck. Is this a boo-boo? I don't know, is it? What, define boo-boo? No, I've never played 54 years or more in a fort. I have played 450 though. How's that? No, only 50 years or so is casual shit. Because I am intentionally blocking it about as fast as it's filling up, so I'm doing my damnedest to hold off the tide. It's only year 304. In this world, yeah. But this world was generated on Tuesday? Last week? Yeah, it was generated on the 17th, Tuesday. And then I spent like 2 whole days in adventure mode. So, you know. Okay, so what am I going to do here? Tuesday, mate. That was Tuesday where I live. I don't care about your goddamn incorrect time zones for wrong people. What is a way that I can do this safely? Yeah, okay. So what I want to do is I want to do this. That's what I need to do. And under here, you've redeemed a dwarf and you're giving it to Ermalok? All right, Ermalok, what dwarf do you want? Or what kind of dwarf do you want? How long will it keep rising? Until it stops. That's the only answer I can give you. We do have a bit of a variety. But what would you like? You'd like a cook. Do I have a cook? I got a really angry cheesemaker. Let's see. Zahn is currently cooking. Here, I'll give you Zahn, and I'll make them into one of our chefs. How's that work? For Malak. I mean, I would be angry if I was a cheesemaker as well. She's married to Ubal, who's a peasant, and takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, and is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. Is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world, occasionally overindulges, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she does not often feel lustful. She rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. And she tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. She tends to reveal... No, sorry, the martial prowess bit was a lie. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she tends to not reveal personal information, not revel. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds friendship burdensome, finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. And she likes scabbro, nickel, and wood opal, and badger leather. And she's a member of the Lined Coven, who is a religion that I need to finish making a temple for. But I can recognize priesthood for it, and congratulations, you are now a priestess. You are the holy seal of the Temple of Boundaries. And some randos want to hang out and stay here, and I don't want them to. Maybe you can write a great book. You would have to be a scholar for that and enjoy pondering a subject, and then ponder that subject enough that you make great discovery on that subject, and then you would theoretically be able to write a book for it. So that's very unlikely. Also, hey, Stealth CT, how's things? How much history length did I choose for creating this world? 300. I think the world started on 301. Which isn't one of the defaults. You have to use a custom setting for that. Okay, so... Let's see, what do I have any sand in here somewhere? Well, you know what? Let's just do this. Go down to here. I thought that was a giant bee for a second there. So this is the area that we now have access to from the outside. Because we have dug through this. Oh, look at this. There's already a mutilated troglodyte. Excellent. And another horribly brutalized troglodyte. Look at all the dead troglodytes. Excellent. I wonder how many of these were my dwarves that did the killing and how many of these were just like random scraps that happened. There's also various other animals running out. Sweet. Okay, well, let's go down here and we are going to chop down trees because... I only need water being pumped, not non-things. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say 40 pipe sections and 40 corks. Wooden pipe. Wooden cork. 40 and 40. And I'm in an ad break. Any tip? Trash at finding cave entrances. Ask people. Baby Poe. Ask people. Go to the tavern. Ask people about local troubles. Constantly. Just talk to people. Every single NPC you see, ask about local troubles. And whenever they tell you the location of a thing or a creature, ask them for directions to that place. Do that on repeat. Or just walk around taverns. Are all people's teachers? No. I don't really understand the question. And baby, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Enjoy the ad-free viewing. Appreciate you. Chatroom, can I get a round of beers? Can't seem to melt snow into water. What are you doing wrong? Because yes, you can. Just kill the bronze colossus? What weapon did you use? How many punches did it take? Bronze colossuses are both extraordinarily tough, but also very glad. A lot of the big threatening things in adventure mode are very, very, very glass cannon-y. It's kind of the thing that you need to remember. Oh my god. You know, maybe we just stop worrying about this and just dedicate to the rest of it. Oh my god. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let's just erase this. Just don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. You know, it's funny. I don't think Dwarf Fortress is a hard game at all. I think this game's extremely easy, especially Fortress mode. But I really like this bug because this bug is actually like a surprise challenge that I have to deal with. And it's nice to have challenges that I actually have to deal with instead of just stuff that's like a kind of nothing burgers, if that makes any sense. What? That is one of the strangest things to say that I've ever seen in my life. It's like Linux for Windows people. It's like, as somebody who's currently using Windows, I feel like I should be insulted. What the hell, man? Dwarf Fortress is a very, very, very entertaining, fun, enjoyable video game for people who enjoy it. There doesn't have to be any weird gatekeeping automatically installed based on perceived notions of difficulty of things. And you also don't need to go around insulting people who use software because that's where the majority of things run. So, you know, I like you, but remember, I don't really tolerate gatekeeping of any kind. So if you're just being here like, hey, look, lol, gatekeeping, fuck off. Go outside. Fuck you. No, that's not at all the way it came across, mate. Not at all the way it came across. So I need to go up one, basically. go. You woke up from your nap. How's the fort going? Just fine. How's your day going? How was your nap? I mean, the game isn't difficult. Dwarf Fortress has never been difficult. People think it's difficult because they used to look at the old UI and would assume it's difficult from the get-go. And also, people confuse difficulty with complexity. The game's complex. It's not difficult. So obviously, yes, there is a learning curve, but it's not a difficult game. It's an extremely easy game, actually. But there's absolutely complexity to it, which means it can take a while to learn, but that doesn't mean that the game is difficult. Needed? Hell yeah. I'm glad you got the nap that you needed, mate. Time to hit your slumber. Enjoy your slumber, friend. Dwarf Fortress has a lot in common with God games. But the game's perceived difficulty, similar to what Panov said, largely came from the notion that people assumed that games with any kind of, how do I describe this? UI design. Games with that kind of because Dwarf Fortress had a very inherently clunky UI, people automatically associate that with difficulty. This dwarf has an awesome last name, Iron Gems. And Argamemnon, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you, man. Chat, can I get a beer or 3 for the $1? Just post it in the chat. No adventure mode? Chat, I can't win, can I? This is going to be my life forever now. No fortress mode? No adventure mode? No fortress mode? Win fortress mode. Win adventure mode. When streamer, gain headache. Die of pain.
Hey there, how's your fortress?
Hey, it's good. How's your day been? Thanks for the 16th month. Welcome back, mate. Appreciate you. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm actually going to make this go up like 4 or 5 times higher.
Thanks for all the tutorials you keep making.
Happy to help, dude. Thanks for watching them. I make them because people watch them at the end of the day. If people didn't watch them, I wouldn't make them. Thanks for watching them. When legend mode? That is a good question, actually. What's up, Eric? Thanks for the 2nd month. Seriously, though. It's one of the first games that you ever played was Black and White 2, and this is sort of this sort of sim is right up your alley. Yeah, nobody really makes God games anymore. Like, it's a very hard to find subgenre of things now. Oh, God. Okay, so I think I need to restart the game. Because something, probably the patch, changed my announcements up settings. Because I keep getting migrants and I'm having no idea. Let me check my pins, because I pinned it in Discord a while ago. There it is. But thank you for the almost hype train chat room. Appreciate you guys. Let's open this up. Where is it? Where did they hide that? There it is. Move and replace. Close that. Close this. Thanks for the $2, Kazoom. Appreciate you. There's now a hype train running. If anybody wants to take part, now is your opportunity to. Or don't if you don't want to. No pressure. But thank you, regardless. Open the game back up. Yeah, that explains why I wasn't getting notifications when I was getting migrants, is because I had to reload my save back up. I'm gonna have to immediately deactivate my DF hack overlay. Many times. Never was a big fan of them. I used to use them to dig out some patterns, but very quickly decided that I just never liked using them, because they just made things look too samey, and I'm not a fan of that. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Continuing to carry this stream. Greatly appreciated, mate. There we go. Okay, so let's go here and just start making pumps. Actually, here's what I need. Just gonna do this real quick, because I need a bunch of these. And there's probably just a bunch of dwarves running underground right now trying to gather wood. Although, actually, how many woodcutters do I even have? 1. Okay, well, let's grab 2 more. Bane, holy shit. Thanks for the 50 bucks. Holy crap. Huge help. I'm glad. I'm glad that the basics combat stuff was helpful, because, like, I kind of wanted to just wait and then do, like, a full combat tutorial, but I guess I wasn't fully aware just how behind some people were with even the basics. Like, the most basic of, like, combat stuff, like, a lot of people just hadn't grokked, so... Yeah, I'm glad it's been useful for people. It's good. I would have made it sooner if I realized people needed it that bad, but... That's one problem with, like, playing too much of games like this, is I actually, a lot of the time, don't realize that people need help with certain things, because it's, like, it doesn't even register to me as, like, something that people need help with, which is why I've been taking suggestions. If that makes any sense. Neokai, thanks for the 10. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Where's the fell trees? There we go. Memo Junkie's going to go fell trees. Turns out my Monster Hunter is doing work. Hangman, thank you as well for the 5 months. Or, sorry, you subscribed to Tier 2 for 5 months. Jeez. Or 6 months in advance. Plus on a 5-month streak. Thanks very much for upping that subscription for a very long period of time. Thank you. I speak too fast for you? The problem is like, that's just my natural speed of speech. Slowing down is actively something I need to put effort into. But, noted. I will do my best to enunciate clearly. You know, I'm generally not too worried that trees are going to randomly kill somebody, but that one had me worried. Okay, well, as you guys get to this, I'm going to go up to here and start building this out a little quicker.
Hype train, hype dragon 2, hype dragon 3, hype dragon 3, hype dragon 5.
3 hype dragon 5. Got it. Got it. I'll take note of that for future. Hype dragons. Thanks for the $1, Shinobi. Victorium, thanks for the $1 as well. Just gonna go all the way down here, knock all these out. Speaking of combat, for adventurers that die by single head attacks. I mean, if you got hit in the head with a battle axe, you'd be dead too. Managed to effortlessly kill skilled Cyclops, but then died to an undead yak head bash. Yep. It's like, I love it when people are just like, oh, it's random. It's like, well, if you had your combat preferences set differently, You may have just dodged. Right? It's $1 for text-to-speech. I don't advertise it so that people don't abuse it. One of those things that's like it gets old really fast. Caveman Doc, thank you very much for the 5-pack as well. You're very kind, mate. But yeah, especially since keyboard control being like a native option kind of went away, I've more or less just stopped using macros altogether. Because I'm very much a all or nothing kind of person. And it's like, I'm either going to play a game entirely with keyboard for this type of game, or I'm not going to touch it at all. Adventure mode, I'm much more okay with kind of swapping back and forth periodically. I'm not going to go turn on keyboard cursor just to use a feature that I can just draw a thing in the same amount of time. Like, it's just, if at some point I started playing Fortress mode entirely keyboard again, maybe. But even then, I didn't use them a lot back in the day. I'm not going to start now. Just going to do some bedrooms there when they have time. Yeah, which is like, and then having keyboard cursor makes using the mouse annoying enough that then you need to go turn it off. It's like, why would I bother? Like, there's literally no reason. It's just a completely redundant feature for me at this point. So, but seriously, chat, thank you so much for the hype train. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, meanwhile, thanks Electronic Arts. So many rumors, holy shit. What did Electronics do this time? Oh, YouTube chat is talking about black and white. Stealth, thank you very much for the 6th month. Sorry, no, the 8th month. It's on a 6th month streak. The multiple numbers throw me around sometimes. More rumors than a Fleetwood Mac convention? Why would there be rumors at for Fleetwood Mac? You know, get.
This is Sparta!
Clearly. I'm told that this is Sparta. I am confused. You're all the way down here digging this. I mean, that's fair. Needs to be dug.
Pride Wing L Crypt Dragon Pride Wing R.
Down a tank, thanks for the $1. Hangman, thanks for the $10. Do you want hype train too? I mean, hey, we're getting there. Thank you for the hype train. Seriously. We're talking about games from a bajillion years ago, mate. Also, it's abandonware, so you can just take that game for no issue. Lava still rising? Hasn't stopped yet, hence why I'm making the tower higher. Yep. Still hasn't changed. Also, Lava Rising is my new expansion pack for an RPG that I'm going to direct when I make video games never. Adventure 2, Dragon Rising. Slowly. I don't know. I played the first one once, and I don't remember it too well. The second one, I never played. So, I don't know. You have a totally legit copy and it's glitchy as fuck. There's a bunch of... I know there's a bunch of fan patches for it that make it better. Excuse me. Shoulders are a wee bit sore from being in a mosh pit. $79 in bits and 14 subscriptions. Thank you very much for that hype train, chat room. Greatly appreciate it. What's up, Raven? How's things, mate? You're drugged up a bit. Good drugs or bad drugs? Well, fun drugs or necessary drugs is maybe the sentence I should say. Wisdom teeth? Ah, yeah, that'll do her. That'll do her. That's, certainly a reason to be drugged. Do not envy that. Oh, you're digging out the power for the pumps in the future. Wisdom teeth with patches, without them it won't even run. Yeah, there you go. It's just a bunch of plumpies, plump helmet boys in this tree. This is going to be power for here. Gonna go all the way along here. Be on the lookout for weird videos of you drugged up. What, like the David After Dentist or whatever? That kid still shows up in like dental commercials and such. It's gotta be a weird life. Glad it wasn't me. Apparently I said some really weird shit when I got my wisdom teeth removed. You'd only slept like 3 hours before you went? Gotcha. I apparently woke up like 3 or 4 times while sleeping during the process of getting my wisdom teeth out, which is kind of terrifying, actually. Let's do 40 again. 40 again. Let's also expand the size of the stockpile. Don't really like this construction room, but hey, it is what it is. What are you eating there, dwarf? Prepared one-humped camel what now? Lung stew. Ah. It's duck egg, camel eye, and camel lung. It's like the thing that they would eat in Treasure Planet when it's just like the eyeball randomly bubbles out of the meal and they're just like, ah! Terrifying. I make these dragons available as pets. You know what? Actually, sorry. I'm going to make the younger dragon available as a pet. I'm curious if anybody claims it. Today, your adventurer prayed to his deity and asked them for schemes and plots, and their response is, the game crashed. You know, I have a feeling that you may have stumbled into an accidental feature that isn't fully implemented yet. I'd be willing to bet. I would be willing to bet that you just stumbled into an accidental feature that hasn't been... they're both ladies, so, I mean, it would be very difficult and require much science, but maybe. That's 2 lady dragons. But if you have a breeding pair, yes, you can breed them. But my 2 dragons are both ladies, so... Unfortunately, we don't quite have the technology in the current era. It requires more pondering about reproduction methods, I think. At least we're going to be pumping water, so like material that I'm making these out of doesn't matter. That's one thing that's really nice about this whole thing. Well, that sucks. Today I learned you can build these on ramps. I had no idea. I seem to recall not being able to build pumps on ramps. So I used to always get rid of them, but now I'm just like building this on a ramp and the game's not complaining, so huh. Alright, let's also jump down to... Oh, kind of screwed that up. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. That's as many of those as I can make. I think instead of going this way, actually, and jump underneath it, and go over this way. And go over this way. And go down here. That's going to be where it goes off. In case I need to add more power on, it'll be easy. What seems like an Ask Putnam to me. The game crashing? I mean, I can tell you for a fact that Putnam isn't working on any new features right now. Putnam is just working on optimizing and bug fixing. And Tarn is currently napping until he awakens, and then when he awakens, he's going to get back to working on stuff. Hemlock. What are you? How do you spell that? K-A-M, not K-E-M. Human Bard. Nah. How do you find dragons in the world? Found them in adventure mode. Heard rumors about their location, and then settled on the location. Now I'm building up this fortress to be a location to go on adventures from. What am I working on? A lot of power to be able to plug this volcano before it starts causing the actual pain. Because I keep re-embarking on the, or I'm going to be repeatedly re-embarking on this area, and re-embarking can cause surprise cave-ins and other fun anomalies, such as volcanoes overflowing. So because of this, I am going to deal with it by simply putting a cork in it. Are these not accessible? Actually, very much possible they are not. No, they super duper are. Am I crazy, or did I just see a dwarf run out this? I think I'm crazy. Actually, never mind. Let's actually just go over here. There. And there. Hey, there you go, Beaver Zero. No. So if an economically linked burrow appears, it simply is a spawn point for adventure mode. There is no mechanical purpose for it in fortress mode currently, aside from being able to send a messenger to it to request workers when they are available, which happens when you retire and do an adventure and then reclaim. Workers will become available, and you can send out requests for extra citizens, basically. You can also banish people to those places if you're tired of having them in your fort. But mechanically outside of that, there is no real mechanics that are connected to having helixes currently. let's say you do Fortress, you go in adventure mode for about a year after abandoning it. How big changes should I be prepared for in terms of layout? 0! But some of your dwarves may have left. Dwarves can come and go. Well, I mean, you could go attack the person who's marching on it. If they take over it, they take over it, and you'd have to fight them back for it. But how does that part work? It could be taken over, and they could use it as a way to attack you, and then you'd have to fight them and take it back. Yep, and then you can march on it and take it back, damn it. And that's basically how diplomacy works. You wait until somebody takes something that belongs to you, and then you beat them up and take it back. And thumb your nose in their direction, generally. Water's going to leak there. I set this up in a really fucking stupid way. Like a really, really, really stupid way. Oh boy. Okay, fine. It's okay. I didn't intend for it to get this tall, but, you know, here we are. Yeah. Look what happened. I don't know what happened. Good question. Talk to people. Mamba. Talk to people. People are how you find interesting encounters in adventure mode. In adventure mode, there aren't any dedicated quest givers, right? A quest giver in adventure mode is the random drunk sitting at the bar, muttering about some dude who attacked him on the road 6 months ago. They'll give you an approximate location and tell you to go get it, and you don't really get anything if you do it. Or hearing rumors in the local tavern about how some warlord has been yelling about a statue that they just stole, and so wants it back. That's a quest in adventure mode, right? So it's not really questing in the video game sense. It's more questing in the real life sense of like, well, so-and-so mentioned that there might be a thing here if I go look, so let's go look. And then you beat the people who took the thing up until it's yours. And then once you're done beating them up, then you take it as yours, and then you move on to the next. Yeah, because then the crazy citizen gets to keep living, and you don't have to worry about them anymore. Call. Although, be careful about banishing were creatures to them, because you might just accidentally cause the annihilation of that location. Oh my god. It's kind of crazy how, like, insane this layer right here is right now. And this one's probably next, right? Right here. I need these to get walled off as much as bloody well. Actually, maybe I should just try and build floors over top of it. Or even better, let's just do this. I don't have enough dwarves right now to deal with all of these potential issues. Which is the current major problem I'm facing. Let's get rid of this for right now. What we're going to do is I'm just going to go over here. And I'm going to hope with every fiber of my being that I don't get assaulted by cavern creatures. So if I do, well, we're in trouble. No, mental health is easy. The problem is people very often neglect like I am right now. But actually maintaining mental health in Dwarf Fortress is very simple. Dwarves need a place to pray, they need a place to get some sleep, and they need decent food with decent food variety. If you can provide those things, your dwarves will generally be happy, which is actually shockingly easy to do. The problem is I think most people just kind of go, fuck the dwarves, and then like, just the same way people just go, how can I like kill this child? You know, instead of like trying to figure out what the actual issue is, they just say fuck it, which, you know, fair. It's a very video gamey way of thinking of it. But it's a lot more preventative measures versus like difficulty, you know? The more you play of the game, the more you'll learn, okay, if I do this early, if I do this, if I provide these things, if we make sure that we do this around the time we hit this population, if we set up the justice system and do all these things, it becomes a lot easier to manage as time goes on. They also love libraries. This is true. Yeah, they love reading. And they can't read books without libraries. So if you have a bunch of books, it's a waste without a library. Let's do it this way. Like, I really right now should be building weapons, but this whole volcano situation has distracted me very effectively. And you know what? I'm enjoying it. It's been fun so far. Who, dwarves? I mean, I'm trying to imagine what a dwarven TV would look like. I think the biggest like issue with a lot of players' dwarven mental health is they assume that dwarves don't need any R&R. And to me, that is generally the biggest culprit of upset dwarves in Dwarf Fortress, is that people just presume that dwarves are immortal mental rocks that don't get disturbed by anything. When the actual reality is dwarves are quite fragile, weirdly believable human-ish creatures that very much need, like, to be taken care of in a lot of ways. I want to just sell all these coins. They've always been. As long as I've played. If you click on them, it states what it can do and what it can't do. Right there. Right? And as far as whether or not stuff is magma safe, you click here, you get a, where is it? Objects? No. Labor, stone use. Says whether or not it's magma safe right there. So you just check for the type, and it says whether or not it does that. It's always done that. How's me? Me's okay. How is you? ZD Reg. But yeah, it's always done that. That menu's been in the game as long as I can remember, really. I'm sure there was an era before it was, but... At least my memory. Well, thank you for coming by today, Zedreg. So, it's really difficult for me to actually answer this question, Trey's YouTube, over in YouTube chat, purely because the actual answer is the quest log. But because the quest log isn't implemented right now, I don't actually have a good way of answering that. You have to look at the overworld map and figure out where the location is that they told you. I can't tell you how to find it. You have to mouse around until you find it. That's the only way to find those locations that have treasures in them and whatnot. And if you don't get direct directions, it won't expose it on your world map. The quest log will give you a dotted line telling you where you need to go in order to get things. But that isn't in the game currently, so it's actually very difficult for me to give you a direct answer on that, unfortunately. What's up, Weep Your Cube? Towards your comment on necromancers visiting more often, it is true I can't even have professions. I have a human necromancer monster slayer who visits every season. Well, if it's a monster slayer, that's why it can't have professions. They need to actually join your fortress to be able to have possessions. So those two things are non-exclusive. Completely unrelated. But I've just had less of them showing up altogether. But yeah, they can't have professions because they're a monster slayer. Only once they join your fortress as a citizen of the fortress can they actually have like that. They're not supposed to be able to migrate in, though. It is impossible to start in your own forts, yes. But you can start in fortresses right next door to your fort. That's not a bug, though. Anybody can be a monster slayer. Basically, like, necromancy, vampirism are forms of curses, right? So, a necromancer can be a dyer or a metalsmith or a crafts dwarf, right? But that's neat. Okay, I thought you were implying that it was a bug that they couldn't have jobs. It's like, if you're a monster slayer, unless they've joined permanently, that's why they can't have jobs. I misunderstood. What even is a real job at this point, Saber? Any tips to get more people to join your fortress? Sell more stuff. Oh shit, was that bananas? No, those are squashes. Also, as far as mental health goes, cooking meals and making higher, like, value food is a really good way to, like, increase that really quickly. Great, done. Okay. Oh, my word. Yeah, okay. We're just going to need to pour water over the edge of this thing, basically. That's all that we're going to be able to do. So yeah, this is just going to be project numero uno until it's done. There's no access to that? Excuse me? I don't think that's correct, game. Pretty sure they have access. Apparently some more migrants have arrived. Yay, and my thingy worked. Neutral mood beard. Okay. Bang, how's that work? Is this doing it for you? Lovely, sweet. If they are trained and you find them in a location, like if you want elephants, If you find a faction in the world that has elephants, and you find stray ones, walk up right next to them, Weep Your Cube, and right-click, and then click Claim. And congratulations, you now have a pet elephant. He is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. As an optimist and is very curious, sometimes to his detriment, is very polite and tends to observe the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. And he does not find most jokes humorous. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and he tends to be passive in discussions, often feels lustful, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, is uncomfortable around those around him that appear unusual, live differently from himself. He tends to act with little determination and confidence, and he tends to not reveal personal information. He lives a fast-paced life, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of craft. He personally does not care about fairness and dreams of raising a family. He likes olivine and silver and bone opal and glumprong wood and hagfish leather and the color. Hagfish leather and the color proofs, shields, and badgers for their underground communities and the sight of the fancy glosses.
Thanks for answering.
Is there a
questions.
memorial for the vaporized?
I'm going
Yes.
to bed now, smiley face.
Enjoy your bed. Thanks for the $1, dude. You didn't have to do that. It's a free show. That may or may not be why I'm keeping that one elephant there, by the way. It's so that the next time I have an adventure, I can leave with an elephant. He personally does not care about fairness. Yep. Right, already did all this. And you're a member of the Doctrine of Breaches, which is a god. What is a purring maggot? It is a giant maggot the size of a football that purrs and has nice teats that you can milk and make cheese out of. Dread of Vultures, a performance troupe is visiting. Lovely, lovely. Oh, look at this. Urist Landwalk, the violent decency of groups, wishes to join the Strong Balls as a citizen of Dragonspike. See? This is what you have to wait for people to actually be able to do tasks in your fort. That. What I just did. So, Urist can now have a bedroom assigned to them. So, sorry, but Urist is getting your bedroom. Who's satisfied after being granted citizenship. And is still sprinting for no logical reason. Let's see if Putnam's script works now. I'm going to keep trying it occasionally. I don't think that works. I need to send her the save file and be like, can you fix this? Claim the dragon as a pet? I think so, as long as they're listed as stray. And not wild. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no. Fun fact. Dwarven cheese, which is maggot cheese in Dwarf Fortress, is one of the only creatures in the game, or one of the only, I think it's the only food in the game with a two-frame animation because it moves. Which I kind of hate, but also kind of love. Like, I respect the dedication to the cause. Cheese for the brave? I mean, it's cheese for dwarves, but... I'm just going to do that to make the construction of this stuff easier. This stuff's all getting worked on at a pretty decent clip, too. There we go. We are getting there. Oh, wow, that's all of them. Okay. Wooden corkscrew. Wooden pipe. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, that'll be plenty. That'll be all that we need. Excellent. Oh shit, there's a goblin here. Goblin poet, hey? Member of the Cult of Ghosts. Currently a member of the Most Horrors. The Most Horrors. If that wasn't founded by John Carpenter, then I don't know what would ever be founded by John Carpenter. An elf who's a former member of a bunch of things, also a member of the Most Horrors. Okay. How's Eurus doing? I want to acquire things. Well, okay, you know what? I'm going to do this. I really, something I really hate about this fortress right now is just how all of my workshops are just kind of here. Like, it's very slapdash. Like, I just haven't had time to really build things properly. But we're going to start getting this stuff going. Start getting some actual silk up and running in here. Once we get some silk, then I can start doing clothing. Well, you could make a well with soap so that dwarves can clean themselves. Is certainly a thing that you should do if you have like gross contaminants all over dwarves, because they will go give themselves showers if it's available to them. So there is that. The other thing that I will say is, aside from giving your dwarves showers, or giving your dwarves the ability to get showers, I guess is maybe a better way of putting it, is I would recommend, don't let the people who have the toxic stuff on their body walk in something frozen, like snow. Because that will make it infinitely, like, fill every single liquid location in the world, essentially. That's supposed to go up here. I need you to just go straight line across. Yeah, that's what I need. And I will fill this in and that in. Yeah, that'll be fine. For right now, anyway. He's missing metal bars at the moment. He will use one that you smelt. Any suggestions? The most interesting one that you have available. Difficulty settings for Cavern Invasions. Go to settings, go to difficulty, go to here, scroll down until you see Cavern Dweller, and you can adjust the numbers as you see fit. Do you not like DF hack? What is wrong with people? I give up. I'm literally using DF hack right here. Just because I don't use every single feature it provides doesn't mean I don't like it. Fuck. Do I play anything besides DF? Yeah? If you could convince the same number of people to tune in for Dwarf Fortress as other games, I would play other games more often. But unfortunately, this is my job, so I have to play the game that people watch. And oh no, the most people watch Dwarf Fortress. Whatever shall I do? Yeah, I play a lot of Dwarf Fortress. I don't play video games in my free time. I go outside, I go camping, I hike, I ride my bike, I garden a fuckload, I volunteer. I go to metal shows. Outside of work, I haven't played a video game since the week Rift Wizard came out. I played a bit of Rift Wizard off stream. But, I don't know, do you do your job for fun? Because, like, yeah, I mean, sometimes. But it's not something I really go out of my way to do, really. Video games are great. I enjoy video games. But it's not something that I actively pursue because it is my full-time job. So if I'm going to work, I might as well just work. I know this might sound crazy, but it's the truth. If I'm going to be working anyway, I'll stream it. And often I just play Dwarf Fortress because that's one, what people like watching, and it happens to be a game I really enjoy playing. So it's kind of like a win-win thing, right? I enjoy playing this game a whole lot. So, I don't know. Just a need to change things up. Well, also, I don't necessarily just touch grass. Sometimes I touch snow. Just, you know, for full clarity here. Depends on the year, time of year, really. So these farmers really want a guild hall. Are those dragons? Nope. They are scaly lizards that shoot hot balls of burning. Yes, they're dragons. The reason the fort's called Dragonspike is because it had dragons in it. It's going to be the Farmers Guild. Whenever they get around to making it. Actually, you know what? Are those traders still here? Yes, they are. Oh, never mind. No, they're not. I was going to say I should buy some pickaxes, but... Sigh. Speed up the mining process. When you did your job to come home to do more of my job, computer programming, I worked yourself right into serious mental illness. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I fucking love my job. Like, this is the greatest job in the world, and I would never trade it for anything else. I worked extraordinarily hard to get into the position I'm in to be able to do this job for a living. I'm extremely thankful for the audience that I have, and I love this job. That being said, it has dampened my enjoyment of video games casually. It's like, if I'm not streaming... I kind of just don't. It kind of helps that I stream the games that I would just be playing anyway, so... Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I did that a lot during the pandemic. I mean, when pandemic was in full swing, there was a good number of weeks there where I would stream Dwarf Fortress for 8 hours, or 10 hours or whatever, and then I would stop and log into Trackmania and play Trackmania for 4 hours and go to bed. But there was also, like... a global pandemic going around, and I am, let's just say, very, like, immunocompromised, to throw around a term you may not have heard in a year. So it's kind of I need to be cautious when it's around other people, especially when it comes to flu season. So because of this, I did stay inside for a very long period of time. And you know what? I did enough of that in the last few years. I don't need to do more of that. I really love my job. I love what I do. I like video games a whole lot. I kind of miss it as a hobby, to be honest. But I still wouldn't trade it for that. It's absolutely worth sacrificing a hobby to have the coolest job in the world, I think. Yeah, bro, for the center. Do I have a world record in Trackmania? Absolutely not. No, I'm horrible at that video game. No, I'm just one of those people who's played Trackmania as long as I've had an internet connection. Like, I remember playing, like, the Trackmania, the original one, in, like, I don't know, 2007, something like that. And seeing ads for 7-Eleven hot dogs in it and being like, wow, that's wild. Anyway... apparently I need to read the add a word story. You guys should actually add words to the add a word story so that it's more worth it to make me read it. But the add a word story is a room on my Discord where you can add words, and then periodically you can make me read it. But if there's no new words, then I just go here and refund it because there's literally like half a sentence for me to read. So if you want me to read that, I recommend that you join my Discord and go add stuff for it, but I will refund that for right now. Dunzo. Oh shit, Joel's back. That's neat. Joel's playing dwarfs. You'll love to see it. So I'm gonna grab this zone along here, do this. Make it into a guild hall. Go down to farmer hall. Remove that, and then I'm gonna wait. The ad to be done. Because some of you are stuck in an ad right now. The Out of Word story is basically Discord telephone. That's basically what it is. It's playing telephone over Discord. But if it's just a bunch of curse words or words that don't work into sentences, I don't read it. I've been theorizing they've made it less often, but no, it's a bug. They're not supposed to do that at all. So I guess they didn't fix it. I was asking because I hadn't seen one, and I've seen them a lot recently, so I was asking if people had seen them, but no. They're supposed to come less often. They're supposed to not come in migrant waves at all. Okay, well, guess I haven't changed it then. But it wasn't mentioned anywhere, which is why I was asking, because I haven't seen any. And I've seen the taverns generally working more as they're supposed to, because taverns have been weird for a while. By that I mean less visitors, even in populated regions, and this is not a populated region, and I'm getting tons of visitors, so it seems like things are working better. That sounds extraordinarily unhealthy, Gianobi. Just from my perspective. But I hope you enjoy what you do. Although, that being said, enjoying what you do and being severely overworked is absolutely a possible thing that can happen. It's happened to me with this job even, where it's like, when I averaged numbers where I wasn't making enough money to be able to just not worry about bills, it was stressful because, like, you're trying to pay bills doing this stupid thing that people barely respect you for. And then it's like, awesome, I'm in this situation where I love my job. I get made fun of all the time. Friends just want me to promote their Instagram, and I find out very quickly that they're not actually friends because of the position that I'm in. And I'm struggling to make ends meet, so thus I work like 10 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's like, that's not healthy and never will be. There you go, exactly. But I'm in a situation now where I can stream as much as I want, and when I don't feel like streaming, I can take time off. Or just go make YouTube videos. And it's a pretty good spot to be in. Quite comfortable. I will confirm that and say no. No. I live in Canada. Yeah, because they don't live in Canada, Saber. If you live in Russia, you're going to have a fucking hell of a time getting through US customs to go to TwitchCon, right? When I go to TwitchCon, I'm not going to TwitchCon to come back with tens of thousands of dollars in winnings, right? When I go to TwitchCon, I'm going to TwitchCon for a convention, right? I might talk with some people, but I'm not going to leave the country with $0 and then come back with hundreds of thousands of dollars in income. So because I'm going to work events for pleasure, they're still work events, but they're for pleasure in air quotes, I will never have a problem with US Customs because of why I'm going there. It's all about why you're visiting and the country that you're visiting from. I'm visiting from a country that has good relations with the US, part one. And I'm visiting from a country that, and the reason I'm down there is for networking, not for profit. For profit, you can run into issues. And if you're from a country that has bad relations with the country that you're visiting, that can make things worse. Have I ever had visa issues with the US? Absolutely not. Will I ever? No. Also, there's the best part, which is probably just not going to go to TwitchCon much more, if ever. Because I like San Diego, but it's too fucking expensive to go to San Diego. And I've been to too many TwitchCons. And honestly, especially after the last one, TwitchCon isn't for me anymore. TwitchCon is for people that are getting into this industry now, which is a very different demographic to me. My demographic still exists, but we are few and far between these days. But no, you need to look at the countries that the people who have visa issues with the US are from. That'll likely explain a lot of it. Well, hello from Vancouver, Alberta friend. That means that we are sworn mortal enemies, and I must thumb my nose in your general direction, because I am from stuck-up rich boy part of country, instead of hardworking, growed-up part of country. Or whatever, I don't know what the current memes are. I haven't looked in a minute. Oh, right, a cowboy cosplayer part of the country. There you go. Go Oilers, okay. I don't care. I haven't watched a hockey in a very long time. Yeah, no, I mean, in my experience, a lot of people that are having visa problems with the US, and this is me making a lot of assumptions and pointing fingers, but from what I can tell, a lot of the people that have visa problems with going to the US knew that they would have visa problems before that they left and went anyway and intentionally made a stink after they had visa problems. It's almost like people are not honest and will just bitch and blame things when it's like, okay, well, then why did you do the thing you do that got you in trouble then? This seems like poor planning. It's like the one Finnish YouTuber that's currently like probably gonna do like 5 years in prison over never paying her taxes. It's like, well, I mean, what? And you're surprised what? There you go, Infinity. Glad you noticed it, though. It's like, oh no, I've committed mass tax fraud. Surprise, surprise Pikachu. What? Actions of consequences? Exactly. Thanks for watching the content, Aranamo. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you much for sticking around and supporting the stream. Okay, well, this goes all the way up here. Kind of knew unemployment would deny your request. When they did, I asked the community service center in your town to pay your rent. Did they? What? Do you get a status if you're encumbered or any other identifier? Nope, because all of the identifiers are not currently in the game right now. You know, I should, like, keep account of every time I've said, nope, because insert thing here is not currently in the game right now, counter. It's like Times Blind has said that today. Because it's a lot that I say that every day right now. Unfortunately. The reason this isn't bubbling over anymore is because I'm just letting it overflow right now. So that I can then go in and... So I was trying to keep up with it, but I just kind of gave up. It's an interesting situation. In regards to getting the community center to pay your rent. Here, the response would likely just be, ha, get fucked. Which kind of sucks, but... I'm glad that that kind of resource exists. Because getting stuck in situations like that definitely is awful and not fun. All right, these needs to stop. All because this one gets suspended. That's it. Well, hey, there you go. Taxes are good. Oh, yeah. This is true. I just paid so much money in taxes, although thank you to my disability benefits because it saved me quite a considerable lump sum of money. Which I have to use to, you know, pay my medical costs, which is also a tax deduction. It's great. It's like being disabled gives you a tax deduction and it also gives you enough of a tax deduction to pay for your stuff. And also, you know, life. But hey, 1 month of rent is better than no month of rent. I mean, that's sort of like the food banks here. Like, I don't know how I would have made it through childhood without food bank. My family would have been very, 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 very hungry. Come on, dwarves. This is just such a big project to like... Wait, did I just see it stuck dwarf? Yep. Multiple stuck dwarf even. Help, I'm stuck and I can't get dwarf. There's also a dwarf up here. Excellent. I love the new hairstyles that dwarves have more consistently now. Come on, dwarf. Jump down. Or something. Or don't. Well, you don't have to brag about it. Mind. You want to know what I did? I walked in, talked to a lady for about 2 minutes, gave her some paperwork. She typed a thing in, and then I walked out. Done. And I have insurance in case I get audited. My taxes are very simple, although my taxes are very complicated. By Canadian standards, anyway. Oh, and you climb down. Well, can pause. Well, at least you got out. Just remember, talking about how easy your taxes are around people who have very hard taxes does one thing. Pisses them off. How's the new fort? Pretty great. How's your day going? You need to pay yours? You should probably do that. Remember, chat, pay your taxes. What time of year? Or go get your refund, regardless of what direction you go. But yeah, fastest way to make people feel crappy about taxes is to talk about how easy it is to do in your country. So maybe just avoid that, mind, if you want people to not be annoyed with you. Because just because you live somewhere that has better setups for certain things doesn't necessarily mean people want to hear it. They just like taxing accountants. Oh no, I mean it's business lobbying. That's literally all it is. It's literally just business monopolies. That's stating we must keep making money. That is all that it is. It's the only reason taxes suck in the US is because business is stupid. And people in my YouTube comments get weirded out when I say fuck capitalism. It's like, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. It's like the stuff that just makes basic existence difficult for no logical reason aside from money and profit. So, I like Swedish fish. Delicious candy. Although it has nothing to do with Sweden. Still delicious, though. That's good, Death Bagel. There's a very big difference between countries being socialist and countries having strong socialist resources and countries having progressive legislation. But people hear the word socialism and they think communist, and then they freak out, either positively or negatively, where it's like, well, everyone could do better with a little bit more socialism, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But that's generally about as far as it needs to go. Well, human is the cause of a lot of problems, and well, human greed is the cause of the problems with capitalism. But the problem is human greed can take advantage of almost any political system we can enact in existence, and it's happened with every single one we tried. So it's a matter of balancing the best of the ones that work well enough consistently that you can have a system that doesn't fuck you over constantly. I think that made sense. My phone's vibrating. Why that? Oh, I see why. Yeah, true. And then you just have people taking the name of things and being like, it's this thing. It's like, what? I mean, best example of this, Saber, is The Big Short. Excellent film. I should watch that movie again. That's genuinely just a great movie. I enjoy the hell out of that movie. I will watch The Big Short whenever. Okay. Slow progress down here. Because I don't trust this. And this is going to be hopefully where we're able to eventually, probably tomorrow, sometime based on the time currently, deal with this volcano. But I need to know how much power it's going to take first, which means I need more mechanisms. No, not a mist generator. I haven't built a mist generator in a while, actually. No, I'm trying to plug the top of this volcano because reclaiming it made it go up to God knows what layer, and it's still bubbling up. And it's infinitely flooding. I've managed to cull the drainage down here a little bit by letting it flow off the map down here, but it's not enough. So I'm just going to put a cork in the whole thing. So that is one of the funniest fucking things I've read this year. Congratulations, Mind. You are a brilliant comedian. Have you thought about trying a career in stand-up? Very timely on-topic jokes. As if, I genuinely can't tell if you're joking or not, for clarity's sake here. Snatchers. Ooh. And just like that, a bunch of thieves come running in. I love the way their hoods look, with their ears sticking through them. The grim thieves. Don't even have a squad right now. They run directly into the fortress. Forward march with the thieves. Down the stairwell. Terrified while in conflict. Who are you in conflict with? Back down and out, maybe? Get anything? Doesn't look like it. Not even very good at getting out with the loot, are we? Walk in and run out immediately. Oh, shit! Oh. Holy shit. It's going to station a bunch of dwarves right here. What group are you a part of? The Reticence of Cradling is the group that this Gorlak is a part of. Gorlak still need the face sprites, though, unfortunately. Well, if the Reticence of Cradling asks to join, we have to say yes. Bim, the woodcutter's been found dead. Oh my god, what happened? Bim? Seems like you lost a fight to a goblin. Well, that's a horrible shame. Chat room, I have a thing I've got to get to in about 5 minutes here. So unfortunately, we have to call it for the day. Gorlak is the face sprite. You make a valid point, yes. Although I've seen a mock-up for the Gorlak sprite, and it's just a ways off. This fort needs work, like a lot of work. So plan for tomorrow is we're going to be streaming normal time. Might even get started a little bit early. And hopefully by tomorrow morning, I'll have another episode up of the Adventure Mode Let's Play that I've started. Yeah, you got to see the end of the stream. Yeah, because I'm ending early. Well, I mean, today's a bonus day as well. But that is the plan for tomorrow, is we're going to try and finish this project here. Probably limit the population to like 80. Get everybody bedroomed, and then play some adventurers after I set things up so that, you know, those dragons can't escape and whatnot. And then once we're done with all of that, we will then reclaim this fort and keep at it. And that's going to be kind of the cadence for the next few days. So it'll be a day or two of fort mode, a day or two of adventure mode, depending on what patches are doing at the time. And we're going to be building up this fort while jumping between adventurers. But first, I need to have a consistent way of dealing with this lava, because the lava is a bit of a problem. All right, so let's save this. And Twitch chat, it's now time to say goodnight, YouTube. YouTube, I'm shutting you guys off now. Thank you very much, everybody, for hanging out. And thanks for all the follows. And thanks for the stupid number of gifted memberships. Like, that was nutty, actually. Twitch chat, thank you very much for all the bits, tips, and prime subs. But don't just run off, because we are going to go raid somebody who's playing Dwarf Fortress, hopefully. Unless there's nobody playing Dwarf Fort. And then we'll go raid somebody else. But we're going to go raid somebody who's hopefully playing Dwarf Fort. So we'll see you later, YouTube chat. Take care of yourselves. Thanks for hanging out today. And pop over to Twitch if you want to go raid with us. Otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time. We'll see you then.